I enjoyed the photo bash this time. I don't know why. In the past, I never liked it. Maybe it's because I used to do environment photo bash, like mountains and trees and stuff. Maybe with the buildings, that's why.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe Spider-Verse or something.
Probably. Oh, let me just close my door. Okay, let's wait maybe 1 more minute before we start. I think I don't need to ask you how was the homework. It was just horrible for most of you, right? You can say it, Rafael.
Yeah, it was difficult, but cool to try it.
See, I liked the assignment a lot, but I struggled a lot with the lighting. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh my God. Yeah, that I was getting really confused on that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to really go into the lighting at this moment. I will talk way more about this today and the way I organize stuff in my head. But yeah, the photo bash stage is for me just a way to throw some ideas on my canvas, and that's it. I will focus on the lighting later, basically, so I can really deconstruct my process and save some space in my brain. But yeah.
I think it being black and white helped because before, when it was just in color, like it's harder to make everything look good together. When it's just black
Yeah.
and white, it's easier, I think. Yeah.
Of course, because you have less thing to manage at the same time.
Yeah.
I found it was really fun though when I worked in black and white and then I would look at it in color and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Those are color choices that I wouldn't like normally make, but because the values worked, like
Yeah.
it looked kind of cool. So that was fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
I think we're gonna start, and Kaz, you will be the first one for the feedback.
Oh, will I?
Um,
Oh, exciting.
Let's go,
so
Kaz.
yeah.
Exciting.
So yeah, week 6 will be how to use your references to create black and white layout, background design. I will put these two together because I don't have enough time in 8 weeks to talk about everything. So yeah, and I'm gonna show you a demo as well. But first, your feedback and the photo bash you did. So, Kaz, you are here. I have your photo bash here
Excited.
and the mood board here.
Yes. I think I had the 2 mood boards as well for that one.
Oh yeah, this one is the mood
board.
board too. Okay, let me reopen it. My bad.
That's all good. This assignment really had my heart beating a little bit. Because I've never done anything like this before. But after I got past like that initial fear, I started to have a little bit more fun with it.
This one is the mood board 1. Okay.
Yes, yeah, that's what I
Here, here, and here. Okay,
Yes.
so let me I'll let you talk about your idea and what you wanted to do with this photo bash.
For sure. So for the first one, I was trying to go for something that's like a little bit more, I don't know, I found myself very easily like kind of finding a lot of interest in like more of the, I guess like grungy, sort of like less appealing and clean sort of bakeries. I found myself really drawn towards like the ones that, looked like they were built like hundreds of years ago. They look like they would definitely not pass like a health inspection, but there's something that everyone like deeply loves about them. So I was trying to capture that with the first one. I was also just like really, really intrigued by just Japanese architecture as a whole. So there's a good mishmash with that, though the window sign is Korean, which I think is a little bit inconsistent. But yeah, this one was a lot of fun. I found my main sort of my main reference, if you kind of go up a little bit, you can see that. And then I used that as like just the main sort of backdrop. I just liked the overall sort of sky. I didn't want to work with something that was like too perspective heavy too quickly because I just wanted to kind of like figure out the technicals of like how to start merging stuff. So then yeah, it was just a matter of like slowly kind of layering things together. And much like regular paintings, I found that it went through this phase where I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. It's all falling apart. But as I kind of continued to sit with it, and have patience and trust the process, which is easier said than done. Trying to not
Exactly.
listen to the anxious voices, I was able to start kind of getting it somewhere. There was a lot of like value crunching and a lot of like adjusting things, and I still don't think it looks perfect, but I think once I put the foreground elements in there and it all started to kind of click together, I think it turned out pretty okay for a first try. But what do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, let me have a look at everything. So, rustic Asian bakery, overcast daytime, not too fancy. I have everything I need. Um, I let me check. Yeah, I just need to understand better what is the best seller in the bakery. And I
Mhm.
need to understand clearly this is a bakery and not any other shop, like a toy shop or anything.
Right.
So I know this is the photo bash, but right now it's more like maybe, yeah, they sell toys or anything like this. I don't know.
Mhm.
So of course, this is because of the photo bash. But maybe you could just had like a big signage with the main pastry they are selling inside it, or anything that make us feel okay. This is a bakery at first sight.
Right.
Again, just you throw the idea on the canvas, and that's it. You don't need to go into design or anything yet. This is for the background design layout stage. But yeah, in
Okay.
this one,
Yeah.
I think this is what I'm missing. Let me just read what you have here. Middle of the city, no by few. Yeah, the milk
Mhm.
bread,
Right.
not the most popular, run by retired firefighter. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the idea. This is original. The composition is working great. I think we can do something great with it. So yeah, I just need to have something more obvious.
That makes
So yeah,
sense.
you will
Yeah.
have to think about it in the layout stage. You will see layout stage will be basically making all this idea come together. So you will have to figure out the design and how things work, still in black and white. So you will be able to add the signage and everything that make the bakery, basically.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, I think I was too caught up in like creating the feeling and the atmosphere of the whole thing that I kind of lost sight of the big picture a little bit.
Yeah, but it's okay. Again, right now you can just add a hint at the overall lighting and mood you want, but this is not the goal, because you're not supposed to do like a perfect photo batch with a perfect rendering. This is just a collage. So yeah,
That makes sense. That makes sense.
it's really great for me. You will see, unfortunately, again, there is a lot of stuff that I can't share. But sometimes my photo bash are like really ugly. But to me, it's only a way to force myself to gather reference from real life, so I can really understand how design works and how the things work. And when I have my photo bash, I can work my layout on top of it and be like,
Right.
oh, okay, even if I want to go in a crazy design, I still can understand how it works in real life. So I can do a mix between the design I want and the real life and make it believable, basically. Um, but yeah, I will talk more about this after your feedback.
Very exciting. All good. But yeah, and one thing I generally, I guess, like struggled with a little bit was just like refining edges a little bit, but I think you answered that like the edges don't have to be very refined in this stage. What I was doing was I was like putting things in between things to try and like patch it up a little. So like in between the main building and then the building that's like on the left, I used the telephone pole as like something to sort of patch the
Mhm.
I guess the seam a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was using like the airbrush just kind of like smooth out some edges a little. But I think I put too much focus on that and I should have just like focused on the main read a little bit more. But yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. We just, as you said, need a bit more focus on this thing. And right now we have like a lot of detail here. So we just need a bit more detail here so we can focus. But yeah, this will be in the rendering stage, layout stage. So I have everything I need. Except the big signage that say, hey, here we have
The
milk bread.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Sounds good.
that's really it. And then at the very end, if you want to add more storytelling, like some character or anything, you will be able to do it. So yeah, the first one is great for me.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me open the second mood board you have, this one. So yeah, if you want to tell me
Yeah.
anything about it.
So this one, I wanted to go for something a lot more different than the previous one. I wanted to go for something that's like a lot more barren, a lot more empty, and almost create like a little bit of like, again, I was focusing a lot on the mood, but I was trying to create like a little bit of, I guess, that sense of like it's not as welcoming as the other one. Right. So I started off with something that was a lot more empty and only had like one building in it. And then I just started kind of like doing patchwork on top of that. And then with like the other elements that I was bringing in, I was looking for things, buildings that didn't look too clean, too polished, right? The signage that was just like, very just simple and in your face. And I was kind of going for the vibe where it's like the people here aren't necessarily the friendliest, or like, it's not the friendliest looking sort of place, but when you go in there, it's sort of like a safe haven almost, where it's like, that's why I said like suspiciously fresh bagels, because you wouldn't expect a place like this to have fresh food, but it does. And it's run by like an old Italian lady who's gonna yell at you if you touch something that you shouldn't, or something like that. So again, like friendly but unfriendly. So like comfortable and not quite comfortable. So I didn't go
Okay.
for something that like genuinely felt like full on like hostile, but something that was sort of like in between, where it created this sense of like, okay, like I'm happy that this is here, but I don't know if I fully trust it. That was kind of what
Yeah,
I was going
okay.
for.
Okay, great. I feel it. Okay. Let me go over everything. Okay, the fig tree.
Oh, sorry, that's foreground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay, so this is this one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
make
one
sure
is
to
pretty
get the bread in
great.
there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it. I know this is a bakery on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The double sign
Mm,
that says bakery, I think, really helped.
just so we are sure, like from
Just so we're
far,
sure.
we can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one is great as well. But I think I prefer the first one, like for the mood, for the storytelling you can add in it. I don't know. Do you have any preference between these two? Just forget
Uh,
about what I just said.
yeah, I definitely think like the first one feels a little bit more put together. I feel like the second one could have more going on. Like I was going for something that's like a little bit more sort of minimalistic, but I think that like there could be like a few like smaller things added to kind of just tie the whole thing down a little bit. I feel
Mhm.
like it might feel a little bit too loose. But I think with the second one, there's just like more going on and it's balanced well. I think
Yes.
the overall sort of like visual balance for the second one, I feel like isn't
Yeah.
hitting the mark quite as much. But I think like even when you're trying to do something that's like more empty, if anything, you have to be more, I guess, like active with the decision making, right? Like what you're choosing to
Exactly.
leave in, what you're choosing to leave out. So I feel like I didn't hit the mark on this one quite as much. But I also started this one this morning, so I had to kind of rush it a little bit. But that's a me problem.
Yeah, the thing is, this one could be great, but you will have to pay specific attention on everything, like every shape design, because
Mhm.
if you want to have this feeling of like comfortable and not comfortable,
Mhm.
it will be like a lot of storytelling, a lot of
Yeah.
like having a good shape choices to be like, oh, okay, maybe we can have like some mountain that feels maybe more
Yeah.
kind of aggressive or something like this. So we feel we are in a place that is not safe, but the
Mhm.
bakery will have maybe a bit more round shape inside it because you can be comfortable inside it. So you will have way more things to think about. And in the end, you're still not sure if it will work or not. So I just think like this one is, I would say, the easiest choice,
Yeah.
more or less. Like this is a close up, you will have a lot more detail. But if you have some shape that are not well choose here and there,
Mhm.
it's fine, you know, like
Yeah.
you will be able to do a bit more mistake on this one than on this one.
Yeah.
And since we don't have that much time,
Mhm.
like you will have like 1 week for the layout and then 1 week for the render.
Mhm.
And depending on your schedule as well, it's maybe safer to go on the first one.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I feel like especially when you go for something that's more pulled back and minimalist, it's like the smallest choice that isn't adding up to the big picture can like, throw off the whole thing. So I think it's best not to go for something that's as high risk, high reward, I think.
Yeah. And you
Mhm.
already have kind of a lighting setup, so it's great as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, really cool. Can't wait to see like this one finished. Could be really
Yeah.
great.
I think so too. Thank you so much, Lee. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Okay, so Misa, your turn. Let
Thank
me
you.
open what you did. Of course.
I didn't spend a whole lot of time this week, unfortunately, but for my project, I wanted to do like a kind of a magical bakery owned by a witch. And I want the bestseller to be cakes. And I know right now I think the bestseller is not that obvious for a lot of these, so I think I need to work on that more. But yeah, so most of them are kind of the flat view. Like I found that to be like the simplest to photo bash when it was a flat view. Like it was a lot harder to try to do like angled pictures. But yeah, like this is what I have so far, and I spent a lot of time like reference gathering and such. But sometimes I found it hard to like integrate like certain references into the photo bash because it just didn't like match perfectly and such.
Of course. And this is the reason why you can just like, paint over. Like if you need, this is really about like doing a mix between like sketching and photo bashing. So yeah, if you want to use this technique later in your process, yeah, feel free to do a mix of these two. Don't stay only in the photo bash because of course, if you do this, you will be like brittle in a way with your image. So yeah. Let me go over your reference. Yeah, the reference are really amazing.
Yeah, like I'm kind of influenced by like the French bakeries, but also like kind of a Art Nouveau looks too. And I really like the colorful feeling. Like I'll probably when I paint it, I want to have like lots of pops of color. I was thinking like maybe this witch like maybe uses like crystals and gems in her cooking as well. So I kind of want that reflected like in the architecture of like pops of color.
Yeah, yeah, it could be great. Oh, this one looks like La Durée or something like this.
It might be, yeah. I feel like La Durée was like a good like reference for like the kind of
Yeah.
elegant shapes and stuff.
Yeah, and we have the cake here. Okay. Oh, this one is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Really like it. And this is one of your main reference as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, really great. Okay. Let me go over this. They are all pretty great, to be honest. We'll just need more information in the background so we can understand where is located the bakery, basically. Like, is it really in the forest or something? But this is something you can definitely do later.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any preference before I say something?
It's difficult because I think I feel like the bottom right one will be very complex, and I think it's yeah, sorry for not numbering it.
It's okay.
I feel like I almost do prefer the flat ones just because of the time constraints I have. Like I think like I want to be reasonable with the time I have for the class. So I think like 1, 2, or 3, like having it flat and a bit more simplified would be easier on me. It's a bit difficult to say. Like I think number 2 is cool. It will be very complex too, but it's really hard. Like even though I like 4, I think I would probably prefer 1, 2, or 3. Like I feel like 3 is a lot more of like a minimalistic witch feeling, like almost like a brutalist feeling too, and then 1 is definitely more Art Nouveau. But I don't know, like I like them for different reasons. It's really hard for me to say.
Okay. But yeah, this one I really like it, to be honest. But yeah, there's a lot of work to do. But this one feels really witchy. So I really like it. But yeah, as you say, if you don't have enough time, just don't go for it because vegetation can be really hard to handle. And
Yeah.
if you want to add all this architecture and complex architecture in it,
Mhm.
you will probably not have enough time. So let's forget about this one, but this one was really great. Like the composition is working, the overall mood is working. But anyway, it was a great one.
Thank you.
As you say, this one feels less rich, but maybe this is something we can manage with the layout design stage. Like if you had way more rich design, I would say, in it, could work. The thing I like about this one is like you can make them like with some cake or anything. I don't know. This is what you started to do. But yeah, I was like, maybe it would be funny to add like some witch stuff or cake or anything with the sculpture. So yeah, this one is just like my funny thread, and I'm like, yeah, it could be fun to have this. And then yeah, because these two are like really similar, so yeah, maybe this one is better in terms of composition. So we don't have just one thing standing in front of the Canva. So yeah, maybe the second one is the best one. So I would say second one or third one.
Okay. Yeah.
I think, I mean, personally, but again, you do what you prefer because I just want you to enjoy the painting. I think I would have go for this one because there is way more thing to experiment. You will have to really design each material and everything and to create really something new, not based on anything already existing. So maybe there is just more opportunity to create on this one than on this one, because again, depending on people, but I'm like, I know that if I have strong design like this one, I might end up just copying some of this design instead of really creating on top of it. So really, really up to you. You know yourself better than I do. So yeah, I would say number 2 and number 3.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like number 3 could be really cool. I do like that kind of minimalistic look to it. And like you said, there's more I would have to go ahead and design because yeah, number 2 is like pre-existing like kind of Art Nouveau architecture. And I feel like I definitely would maybe get stuck in like just copying it. So yeah, I think 3 could be cool. And 3 also I was thinking is like on a kind of a main street or something. So there's like other buildings next to it. I might want to do a bit more set dressing, like with something in the foreground, like bicycles or something as well. Yeah.
Yeah, with like maybe people working in, but this is like for later, maybe in the layout or even in the rendering stage. But yeah, you will be able to add way more storytelling in your painting.
Definitely, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. And I was curious, like for the like to showcase like the bestseller, like you mentioned, like maybe working a bit more on the statues. Do you think like just like do you think there's like other places I can maybe integrate that as well?
Yeah. Okay, maybe I can give me a few seconds. I need to go here. I will just show you what Pierre is doing because he's doing the same assignment. And we're working on it together. So maybe I think he sent me the painting he did. Okay. So this is not finished. This is what he's working on, but basically he added the croissant here in the design of the bakery. Like you have a baguette here, you have a croissant here as well, here in the overall design. So you can see the croissant here as well behind the window. So these are very subtle things. But this is how you can bring like the bestseller into the design of your bakery, for example. So there is many way like this one, but this is an idea.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's looking super cool. And I love, yeah, how he's integrating yeah, that in like very subtly. It's like kind of like I Spy trying to find different like croissants.
Yeah, it's like you hide some stuff here and there, and for the people who zoom in your painting, they're like, oh, okay, I understand, like the bestseller is this thing, everything was built around this. So yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Um,
And I thought the expectation for next week is like to push our photo bash that far, or
no, not at all. I was not supposed to show you this right now. So
I was just curious.
this is gonna
Yeah.
be for the final rounder. So
Mhm.
it will be for week 8, basically. So don't
Awesome.
worry. You know, Pierre is working with me every day. And since he's in holiday, it was just like, I want to do something else than is not a girl in the forest, because his personal painting are always based on girl and forest. So it was like, okay, I will follow the brief and do something like this. But
Nice.
yeah, he definitely had way more time than us, so don't worry.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Of course. What are you seeing in the chat? Yeah, Pierre is so great. So confident, he even had it people. Yes. Now a target. Background color so much, John Anstat. Yes. Pierre's means to be in black and white. It did it in black and white, but it's almost at the end, so you had to add color, of course. Next one is Jacob, if you are here.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Cool.
Okay. Oh yeah, you did a lot and you did great.
Oh, thank you. It was a huge struggle.
I understand. Again, I know this is not a really common process, but I just said before, like, it's a good way to gather reference. It's a good way to understand the reality and to be able to apply it to your design. And you will just see later in production, sometime you will maybe surprise yourself and be like, oh, maybe if I photo bash this, I will be quicker. I can do this like this. So yeah.
I actually had some questions about that, but maybe I'll wait till like you're done reviewing everyone's first.
No, you can feel free.
It's actually like a bunch of questions, like just on the topic of photo bashing.
Okay.
Maybe I could just put it in the chat, like after we go through all the reviews.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, if you want to talk about what you did.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this first one actually I used the reference that I used for like the last class that I was in. It was like the stuff that you saw like in my portfolio, like on the top of the page, like the kind of like
I
Y2
remember.
cafe. Yeah, so like these were all the references for that. And that was like taking the reference, like looking at it and then like drawing from it. But but for this one, I was like, oh well, if we're gonna be like literally using the images, like I wonder how that's gonna be like using the same images this way. So it was just kind of to like just see what the difference was like in my brain, which was like kind of painful actually. But it was very interesting to do though, because it was like bashing it together in Photoshop was like kind of how I was doing it in my head when I was trying to sketch it. But then this way it's like hard to get the perspective right, and like I'm not sure like what I want it to be. Like the layout is kind of hard for me because I'm like trying to use like the photo that has like a cool layout, or like put it in the picture like in a certain way. But then it's like if either it's like cool and I don't want to change it, and then I'm like, oh, I'm just like using too much of the photo, or I like want it to be something else and I can't get it to look that way. I think that was like one of the frustrations I was having.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I understand. The thing is, when I'm using this process, my photo bash is not here to be perfect or anything. So I like to keep my photo bash messy, even if the perspective is not working yet or anything. I don't care, because these are just indication for later for myself. It's like, this is exactly what you said before. It's like, if I use reference on the side and I sketch like in a printerly way, I will kind of do the photo bash in my head and mix the reference. And by doing this, I just do the photo bash I have in my head on the canvas. So That's pretty much it. So of course, this process is not for everyone and for every production or anything. But at least to me, it was just a way to free my mind and to be like, okay, let's do the photo bash as it is, and that's it. And if the perspective is not working, if the lighting is not perfectly working and integrated, I don't care, because I will do a pass on top of it with a design and a lighting to make everything work together. So I think what was out for you as well, I mean, for the students, it's like, since you don't know the next step, you're like, I don't know what I can expect after that. But you will see that we're gonna do a layout and basically a background design on top of it. So yeah, it will help a lot, just so you can be less picky on your photo batch, basically.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let me just read what you put here. This area seems to not match. Probably better to replace it with a park or large building. Yes, definitely. You can turn it. Better to have a street with a car instead of this rail. Why not? Yes, if you want to add more storytelling. I remember this one. This one was really great, to be honest.
Oh, thanks. This one seemed like it came together a little bit easier. I think just like keeping them flat was also easier. But on this one, it was kind of more like I was having fun just like grabbing patterns from things and putting them like over the face of something else. Like the checkered floor and like that kind of like diamond pattern. But then yeah, this one I kind of figured out like, oh, so if I paint over it, it makes it look a lot better. Like I feel a lot more comfortable with this one. But then it is kind of using a lot of like painting though. But it was mainly just using like that like the hue saturation value layer and then painting in the mask. So I was like, oh, this is like a good way to use that, because I tend to not use that too much like when I'm actually painting. Because I'm just trying to use like the right color and maybe like a blending mode. But I feel like this is a good way to do that. So it's kind of like make the background sort of look like neutral and then do this on top.
Yeah, it's working great, to be honest. This one is really, really cool. Let me just look at the ref you have. But yeah. Yeah, this one is great.
Cool, thank you.
This area seems blah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it would be cool to have it like a beach or something, and then I realized
Yeah.
like there's nothing like in front of it, so it just kind of seems like it's sitting there like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we need to have something like a repetitive pattern so we can understand, like maybe if we have like some more sand behind or anything, so we can understand like this is maybe like in front of the sea or something. But yeah, it's just because this stand alone on a corner. But yeah. Brighten the sign and lights from inside the bakery, more contrast and focal points. Current front will make this area less empty. Yes, we need to test. Why not? Big foreground element to frame could be great as well. Tips on adding this building to make everything fit together while it's cute. The thing here is more like, since the perspective isn't like perfectly the good one, it will work when you will have a stronger background design pass on it. So this is something you just need to keep in mind, basically, and be like, okay, with the good perspective, it will work. Plus, if you skew a thing, you need to establish some rule basically and be like, oh, okay, I need to skew some element in the foreground as well. So the background and foreground can go together. And most part of the time, you also need to make a rule and be like, oh, do I skew all the vertical or all the horizontal? So I don't skew everything in like different angle. I mean, it can be in that direction as well, but you need to really be careful about this. So most part of the time, I just make a choice and then I try to skew stuff here and there. Like, for example, maybe you can skew like this thing. It will also help to go to your focus point. Yep. What am I doing? Okay. Like, you know, just some little thing like this, so we can understand that your entire art direction is working like this.
Yeah, that was the thing I had a hard time with, was like knowing kind of like which direction should they go in, like, or should they be the same direction? And then also like if one is like that, should the other one be like more, or like what's like the amount of the angle? I felt like I wasn't doing it right or something. But yeah, I think
Yeah, I
this will
understand.
look better already.
Yeah, it's just like you test and you make some rules. Like, okay, I just cue this type of line in this direction. What I like to do the most part of the time when I skew something, I just like to make my line help me to go to my focus point, basically. So when I do this, I go a little bit more in my focus. This is what you did here, instead of having like really straight line like this.
Hmm.
But yeah, really, really depending on what you want.
Cool, that makes sense. Thank you.
Um, I think I just saw a question really quick in the chat on which kind of production project you do these photo bash sketches. No, like maybe every project, like it's just a way of working. Like at Sony right now, I'm doing it. Like I do some quick photo bash just for myself. So not all the time, but sometime when I just feel it, I'm like, okay, let's do a quick photo bash. Then I paint over it just to create another design and a new design on top of it. But it just helped me to create a composition and to generate ID. And in the end, the final product like doesn't look at all like my photo bash. You only can see like the composition is more or less the same, and that I grabbed some ID here and there, but that's pretty much it. And this is what I did as well for one of my very first job in freelance, and I was sending my photo bash directly, and it was for game. So yeah, it like again, it really depends on the production, but most part of the time, I don't think they are that picky on the process. They just want to see your final idea and concept. So yeah, it really depends on what you like to do. But yeah, this one is cool as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a big fan of like brutalism. But I think sometimes it's hard because it's so simple that it's hard to know like if I'm putting enough detail or like if it's too simple. I think the way I used it here seemed okay. It was just kind of hard to get like the perspective and stuff. Or like the bottom left corner of it and like the bottom like ground area. I feel like that's kind of boring. And I couldn't really figure out something good to put there.
Yeah, maybe just some people walking in or something. Like if you have like some people starting to queue and to go into the bakery or something, you can have maybe some signage. You can just have like a foreground element, like a big street light, because it seems to be like a big place. So maybe we need some signage and street light. But yeah, this is something you can think about in the design stage as well, because these are stuff that people will have to use in the city. So this is something you need to think in the design stage and be like, okay, so if this place is used for this thing, then I need to have these props and these props.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, this one is great. Yeah, as you say, like a better with a different tone. We need to basically maybe separate more these two things so we can understand like you have the bridge here. But yeah, this one is great. We just need like a bit more work on the lighting, but again, it was not asked for now. But I like the ID. It's like it changed from what I was seeing before. So yeah. Yeah, this one is great. I think I really like this too.
Any ideas about like how to like what you might improve on those? Especially that last one.
The last one, the thing
Or that
in this one, yeah, is like, okay, the perspective is already a bit tricky. It's like we see on top of it, and then you have like the lady here, so it's a bit confusing. I think this one, like you have like too many elements with like the same like, you know, when I was speaking about like a big, medium, and small, we kind of have everything on the same level of interest. So this one is basically the composition that is not working. And in the end, our main interest just become this girl here. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I don't know what she's doing. So maybe it would have been great to have more of a close-up here around the bakery, because here as well, I can see something like maybe for letter or something. So it means that this is maybe a big building, but I don't have a hint at this big building because this is like under a bridge as well. So it's just because we miss a lot of information, and the composition don't really lead me to the bakery basically. So what I like to do when I'm doing photo bash is that I don't focus too much on storytelling at this moment, because storytelling will go with the design you will implement, with the lighting, with the character you might hide in it. But I just try to not add too much character in the photo bash stage, because if I try to photo bash character, I think I will it will be horrible, because it's really hard to find like the great character in the good perspective so it doesn't look weird. But yeah, I
Oh,
think this one. Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry. I was just gonna say it's interesting you mentioned not doing storytelling, because I thought I might need to do more storytelling in these, like, and maybe next time like plan that out in advance. So it's interesting that you said that you don't do it that way.
Yeah, I will talk about it today as well.
Okay.
So you will see. But yeah, basically when I have like this image, for example, then I'll be like, oh, okay, is it like a place where like that is here maybe since many years? So we'll see that some of the maybe pavement and some of the materials will be kind of damaged because a lot of people went through it before. So these are like some little elements you can implement into the final render, for example. When you add character, you can be like, oh, okay, depending on how, like which type of clothes they wear, you can be like, oh, okay, so I understand better maybe when this image is set up. So this is really, to me, this is more at the background design and rendering stage, but not at the Photoshop, at the Photo Bash stage, basically. Because if I try to, at least to me, again, right now I'm more sharing one of my process, and I know it might not work for everyone, but I really try to organize everything so I can free some space in my brain. So this stage for me, I just like put my brain on my desk and I'm like, okay, I just threw some idea and that's it. I will think about design and storytelling and lighting later and in a separate way, basically.
Cool. That sounds interesting. Yeah, because I want to try to do more of these, but I was trying to think of like how to do it differently. So that's a good way to think of it.
Okay. Okay, cool. Do you have any preference? I do have some, but do you have?
I like the beach one a lot. And I think I would like the brutalist one if I can do like the toning better. But I would just do those two like in that order.
Okay. I really like this one as well, to be honest. I think we can add like a really great storytelling into it, really great design. You already have a good lighting into it. So yeah, this one is great. If you want to do another one, you can as well. But yeah, the number 2 is really cool. I don't know. Again, it depends on how speed you are to work on a painting. But we basically have 2 weeks to work on the background design and then on the final render. So yeah, if you want to do 2 images, you can. If you want to do 1, you can. Up to you.
I also might do another one like after the class, like after I know what I'm doing. So
Okay, cool. But yeah, feel free to send everything in the Discord. I think I'll be there. So yeah.
oh, okay, cool.
But yeah, thank you so much. You did really great.
Thank you.
Then I have Katya, if you are here.
I am. Hi.
Hey.
I only have
Mm,
one picture, sorry, because I tend to overwork on references and procrastinate on doing the actual work I should
okay,
do.
I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I want it to be early morning with a lot of reflected light. I want to draw a shadow part of the street, but still with a lot of light from
Mhm.
from white surfaces. Yes, it is
Okay.
in Portugal, and I want to draw a lot of tiles and leaks and wooden frames. Yeah, the bestseller
sense.
is makes sense. Pastel de nata, but you will never tell it from a picture. I see it myself.
Okay. Okay, let me go through your reference. These are really beautiful. Oh. So these are like the type of design you want to add, like maybe here, for example.
Yes, kind of. But I think it's challenging to paint such a relief tiles.
Mm-hmm.
They are more for a color and bluish reflections mode. I don't know. Probably I will do like a small part of it, like an accent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this one is great. I just need to feel more the bestseller in the bakery, and I just need to feel more that this is a bakery and not just a coffee shop. So this is something you need to be careful when we're gonna go more into the design stage. Um, Try to not be too caught up in the reference. This is what you were saying. But the lineage like this, you will design your own. So you can just like, sometimes you don't have to photo bash every single object. So if you just want to paint on top of it and be like, oh, here I will do a lineage and it will be like my bestseller on the lineage, go for it. Like, don't use photo bash everywhere when you don't need it, basically, because I'm sure you will not use the exact same design here, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, other than that, I mean, the photo bash is great. I already have an idea of the texture and the tile and the material you want to use. The composition is working. So yeah, basically, I just need to understand better the bestseller and that this is a bakery. But that's pretty much it. Portuguese bakery looks kinda like this. Oh yeah, really? Just like really simple.
Yes,
Yeah.
I also would say so. I actually
Okay, okay.
want to make something more a luxury than they are in reality.
Okay, okay, makes sense. Okay. So yeah, if you really want to stay for something like really in Portugal, then yeah, go for it. You know more reference than I do. Okay, trust you for that. But yeah, I think I don't have much more to say. I really like the setting of it being on a big hill. Yes, this is really great. And the stairs as well. So yeah, this one will be really like playing with textures and color, so will be great. But yeah, I just want to see a bit more of this, like in an obvious way, but that's it. I mean, not something fancy or anything. Maybe the people inside can eat some of this, so I can understand. But yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much. I will think
Yeah,
of
you
it
did
more.
great. Then I have a Roman, if you are here.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hey. Okay, so explain me what
Um,
you did and how was your homework.
yeah, it wasn't enough. It's just 3 pictures because last week was crazy and I started to work just, I don't know, on Thursday. So the process was pretty chaotic for me. And yeah, I was really struggling. So, mm,
How are you used to work? Like you just paint directly?
Yeah, I was combining like photos and overpainting all the time. Um, yeah. What
Yeah,
can I
so
say?
this is more or less the same process. Yeah, if you want to maybe explain me like the story you had in mind for the first one, for example, like maybe the bestseller will be like the Rustic Love, I guess, or
Yeah,
is it, yeah.
I remember that where I was when I was searching for the photos, I just was, I don't know, uh, I didn't have any good ideas, so I decided to focus on the composition more.
Mm-hmm.
I found some photos I liked, and I decided to just take the angle and this curvy road. And I like exactly the corner shape of the bakery. So I
Mm-hmm.
decided just to use it, and then I wanted to add more specific type of what kind of bakery is it. But I started to struggle, and then I just started a new one instead of overthinking about this. But it was basically like I was trying to make a mood of some, I don't know, shady street on the bridge, like pretty old um, town, something like this.
Okay.
Like very old bakery, maybe focused more on bread than on something sweet. So
Okay.
yeah, and then I switched to another one.
Yeah, you did great. This one looks like family bakery among more bigger building. This is cute. Reminds me the movie Up. You know.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found the photo and I was thinking that it would be cool to put some small tiny bakery in
Yeah.
this shady street to make more, I don't know, exaggerate to make the contrast between.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this one is great. I like the composition on this one, and I like the contrast you did as well. Things are easy to understand. So yeah, this one is great. Okay. And I really like this one as well. I mean, you took the time to set up a mood. Again, it was not really asked, but yeah, everything.
actually, it was the easiest one because I was doing it like an hour before I uploaded. I was just wanted to do something in the night,
Mm-hmm.
and I started to thinking about what can I do with it, and then I add the moon, and the moon gave the whole, I don't know, idea to make it more, I don't know,
Like a
something.
spooky feeling.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this one is great as well. And you already have like some grid shape that I like here. I mean,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is pencily, but yeah, this is really great.
Mhm.
Um, I think, okay. Which one do you prefer?
Mm, I like composition on the first one, but I don't like it as the result. I like second and third one, but they are the same composition, like central composition. So I don't know, maybe I would work with third one to make less flat the picture and work on the second and third one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
I
my ideas.
I prefer the second and third one as
Mhm.
well. Like both are great to me. I'm fine if like the point of view is pretty flat. I mean, I don't know why, but we tend to think now that to have an image that is working, we need like crazy perspective. We don't like, and sometimes it's like it can be way harder to make like a flat composition work because you need to have like a really great lighting, really great texture, and you need to make a flat composition working. So this is another challenge. So yeah, the second one and the third one works great for me. Yeah, really, really up to you. Like, I like these two the same. Maybe the number 3 can be a bit more original, because it will be like a spooky bakery. So this is fun. But I like the cute side of the second one. So yeah.
Yeah, I also like
Really- Yeah. Miss S, I really love the second one.
it. Thank you,
And
Miss.
Irish saying I love the shapes on the night one. So yeah, you choose. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
I think I will start with the second one, and we'll
if you have
see
time.
if I will have more time to make the third one. But can you tell me something about the first one? How to maybe
Yeah,
make
the
it better,
thing,
or
yeah.
maybe something I did incorrect because I don't like it, but I don't know why exactly.
Yes, the thing is your contrast first, like you have a big contrast here, then you have a big contrast here. So we stay here basically, and
Mhm.
this is not supposed to be your focus point. So this is like, it's like your contrast doesn't go with your composition. I don't know if
Mhm.
this is clear to say that. So my contrast go on the left and my composition is supposed to lead me here. Yep.
Mhm.
So I have like my eye are doing this basically, so I don't know where to look at. The thing in this one as well is like on these two, you use like a lot of picture with like a strong texture in it, so it generates a lot of detail. And here on this one, you end up with a big part of the image with no texture at all. So, and also this space as well, plus this space here. And this is the only picture on the free. You work this way. So of course, if you compare it to the other one, you will just feel like, oh, this one feels less good because it feels like there's less detail. So it can influence your judgment basically. So this is one of the reasons why as well. So it's like if you decide to paint over an image, then try to paint over all the image so you can have kind of a neutral judgment on all your image. Because of course, if you push one image and not the other, of course you will prefer the one that is more pushed, I would say. So this is one of the reasons why as well. And let me think. Yeah, it's also the contrast with this thing.
They have the
Because
same size
yeah,
also. Mhm.
I'm like, again, I want to look at here, I want to look at here. And in the end, I just miss the entrance because this is where I have the less contrast. And at first sight, when I saw your image, I was like, oh, I think the entrance is here. And this is the main door because this is where I have the most of my detail. This is where I have like some paper on the ground. This is maybe where I will have my signage for the bakery. But hey, the main entrance is supposed to be here. So
Mhm.
these are all the elements that make us like less this image, I think. We just
Got it.
don't know where
Mhm.
to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. But yeah, you did really great. Can't wait to see the final for this one.
Thank you.
So next one is Juan, if you are here.
Yeah, hi.
Hey. Yeah, how was the homework? Difficult, I know. You all hate me,
Yeah.
I know.
No, I mean, it was just so hard. It's just a process that I'm not used to at all. Like I always just sketch or paint directly, but it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, so tell me more about what you did.
Yeah, I started like with some fantasy ideas, and I think that maybe I didn't follow the prompt too well. Like some of these don't feel like bakeries, and I realized that. And then the last image I tried to make like more normal building type of thing.
Okay. So nighttime, Lads from Inside, Snow Hat, Fantasy Magic Vibe Owner, Beer Burns. This is cute. Located in a snowy mountain. Oh God, this one is so cute. Where is? I need to
this
go
one
there.
is maybe the one that feels the most like a bakery from the fantasy ones.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this one is cute. So this one is like really in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
There is nothing around. Okay. Let me just go this before. Okay. So this one is also in the middle of nowhere. You like the place in the middle of nowhere. You're like me, you're a hobbit. You like to live like
It
far
feels,
away
yeah,
from people.
mad.
Okay. So owned by a merchant for Desert Traveler, worn architecture. Okay. Meal to make bread. Okay, great. Early morning, misty, swamp bakery, fantasy, house carved in tree, wizard owned. Yeah, I really like this one. But it's because like the background feel less empty compared to the other one. But I mean, it was the purpose on the other one. So this is more of a personal taste here. Overall, I would say like I know that this is pretty common to do like, you know, a composition like this because all the time people are like, yeah, this is the composition that is working for sure. But yeah, you can break the rules sometime. Like you don't have to go for this all the time. This is what we see on Outstation like again and again and again. So yeah, maybe like try to break a bit more your shape and go for something more like this. So we don't have like the perfect ratio. But yeah, just a thought like this. I think I had this discussion with my husband like a few weeks ago about this. Like, I'm probably not the best one to do the entire class about composition. I think Gabriel Gomez is working on something like this and is amazing at composition. But I really like the idea of breaking the rules. Like once you know about composition, then like go crazy, test stuff. You can also go for symmetrical stuff. It can work as well. But yeah, anyway, it was not the subject.
Yeah, I feel like when I try like symmetry and centered stuff, it feels so flat and boring. Like I'm afraid of that. That's why I always try to push things to the side to make it feel immediately more interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. But like for Sunny, for example, I had to do like a specific area, like my first days at Sony, basically. And I did like all my first concept in symmetry. Because to me, for the subject, it was a good thing to do. And it was working pretty well. And of course, if you go for something like that simple, then you need to put your effort on something else. So I had to like bring like some really strong shape, like a strong shape design, strong texture design and stuff like this. So to me, it's more like everything can work, but you need to know what you need to push to make it work, basically. So if the composition is simple, then maybe push your shape, maybe push your texturing, maybe push your lighting to make it interesting, you know. So,
excellent.
And this one is great as well. Kind of the vibe of Up as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is fun, but it's working great. So this one is Golden Hour, more grounded, real bakery. But it's not a bakery, actually. This is a record shop, but yeah, real bakery, small house versus still building, strong contrast, family owned. Okay. So do you have any preference between these four?
I think maybe I'm between the first one and maybe the last one because they feel like bakeries more than the other two. Not sure.
Yes. Again, like this is the photo bash stage. So when you're gonna do more design, you will be able to
Right.
bring this bakery element you're missing. One of my personal favorite is like really this one, but again, you go for what you prefer. But I think that this one is really original. And yes, of course, right now it doesn't feel like a bakery, uh, but you can manage to add the elements of a bakery inside it, and it could be really original and strong. So yeah, I also like this one. So I would say that yeah, I like this one. I like this one, and I like this one. This one will work for sure. Like the contrasts are great. This is something that is working. The overall idea is great as well. So yeah, this one definitely works. Um, this one is great as well. We just need to find a good way to render like the trees and everything in the background, so it can be a challenge. I had to do like snow tree like this. It's really challenging but really fun to do. So yeah, this one is really cute and I like it. But yeah, I would say that the number 2 is my less favorite. But yeah,
Yeah, me
up
too.
to you.
Yeah, I think I'll try something with all of them maybe for a bit and see what I like. Not sure.
Okay. But yeah, you try, you see. But yeah, you did great. I mean, maybe you struggled, but you did great.
Thanks.
Of course. So the next one is Natalie. Do you have a good internet connection, Natalie? Oh boy. Okay, I think we'll come back to you later, Natalie. You just send me a message in Discord as usual, and we'll make it work. Picturing Nat fighting router. Yeah, same. Really the same thing. Okay, so now I have Lucy, if you are here.
Yeah, hello. I can't turn on the
Hello.
camera today, sorry.
Okay, so okay, I'll let you go through it. Like if you want to
Okay.
tell me what you did and all your ideas.
Can you hear me well? Okay, so the first one, I was originally inspired by when I went to Paris, there was a bakery that my friends and I went every morning before school to get like onigiri, and it was open yeah, it was opened by a Japanese lady, and it was a really cute like French and Japanese kind of fusion bakery. And I was originally inspired by that. And then so I was thinking about what I saw when I was in Paris, and I was thinking about the Art Nouveau metro stations that I was occasionally seeing. And so then that made me think of Gaudi's architecture. So I extended it, but this one I was struggling a lot more with because this is more, I guess, more fantastical. And I was thinking that I wanted to make it more magical, almost like the branches in the forest are blending into the architecture itself, because Art Nouveau is a lot of organic shapes. Yeah. And yeah, that's what I was thinking of with the first one. And then the second one is more of is something I'm more familiar with. I'm trying to do a Taiwanese bakery on the because in Taiwan there's a lot of mountains, so there's often a lot of shops by mountaintop roads. And so I was trying to do one of those. So this is a lot more closer to what you would see in real life. And this one, I was able to write down a lot of the more specific things just because it's something that I have seen a lot. So it's not really, I didn't really struggle with knowing the materials and everything. And yeah, I would based it off of this donut bakery that I really like back in Taiwan. And yeah, and for the bakery itself, it has like a clear. I'm trying to make it clear that like it's like a donut shop or something like that. But yeah, in general, I think this one for me is easier to visualize than the Art Nouveau one,
Mhm.
just because it's something closer to real life and something that I've seen a lot.
Okay, yeah. So you will go for the second one, I think. So okay. Again, you did great. This one is very interesting. The composition is working great. I think there is like a lot of great storytelling element we can put in it. But yeah, it's definitely a difficult subject. Organic subject like this can be really hard to handle. Like we need time to get used to it and to apply great shape
Yeah.
into it and great design. So yeah, this is a great challenge. If you want to go into it, go into it. If you think you don't have the time or the energy, yeah, go for something a bit more safe. So
Okay.
if you go for this one, I'm fine. Just be careful with your contrast because here I have eye contrast. Of course, this is because of the photo bash.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also have a high contrast here, so this is great as well. But yeah, just make sure when you're gonna do your layout background design that like this is your main focus. I also need to understand clearly where is the entrance. So I suppose the entrance will be here. But then here, like maybe you can really display what's going on. So again, of course, this is a photo bash, etc. But yeah, make it feel a bit more obvious that this is a bakery from far, so we can really understand what it is, what is the bestseller, etc. But yeah, other than that, you did pretty great. Just want to check the size of this compared to the building as well. But this is like
Oh yeah, the scale is
perspective.
probably a bit off. Yeah.
Yeah, just need to double check this. And
I actually was more inclined because I like the look of the second one better just because I understand it a bit better. But because I understand the first one a little bit less, I was actually a little bit more inclined to go further into the first one.
yeah,
Yeah.
this one is really interesting. Like if you want to challenge yourself, definitely go for it. And this composition is working great. So, and again, you will be able to bring more storytelling, to have something maybe like more of a concept art and less based on the reality. So you will be less tempted to copy stuff that already exists. So yeah, definitely, if you have time and if you want to challenge yourself, go for this one. This one is my favorite. So yeah, I'm okay with it.
I had a quick question. Like I know you already talked about it with some students before, but I was really like especially for the second one, I was really struggling with how to like think outside of your head with the things that you already know, like and make it more concept art than just a study. I was really struggling with that.
Yeah, this is the reason why when I'm doing concept like this, if I already know myself and I'm like, okay, if I go for something too precise, I will just copy it. Then I try to use really bad reference, like in low resolution. So I'm sure I can copy anything, for example. Or I try to create my own building by just like taking one window here, one part of the wall here, the roof here. And then in the end, if I end up copying my photo bash, it will be something completely different. So I really try to trick my brain basically and be like, hey, you cannot do this. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably try the first one out.
Yeah, go for it. This one is really amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. Then I have Leon, if you are here.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. How was the pen?
Yeah, I became a bit crazy, but it was interesting.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. At least I tried.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, what you wanted to do? What was the idea?
So yeah, I wanted to do something fun, not too serious, something colorful, in a retro futurism world, I would say. Something I don't used to paint. It's totally new, so yeah, I think the theme and the process was maybe too much for me. So I
Maybe.
procrastinate a lot this week because yeah, I was too scared to start and to trying to find some solution about all the problem I'm
You have to
facing.
solve. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to solve. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so owner, an intergalactic baker, specialty, baguette viennoise. Yes, we like it. Location in the middle of nowhere, like desertic planet. Okay. Okay, something like more like Mobius,
Yes, yes.
mainly art direction inspiration, and some of the bakery reference here. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you did pretty great. So yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere. I'm good with this. Sorry, I'm looking at the reference at the same time. Do you have any preference between this or not?
I think the third one, maybe
Mm-hmm.
the second two, but yeah, I think my favorite is the third.
Okay. I do like this one as well. I think it's because you started to paint things in the background and you have like really high contrast. So I think I go for this one really quick, thanks to it. But yeah, the third one is great as well. Sorry, I'm thinking at the same time. I can be really long when I'm thinking.
I think I will redesign
Of course.
all the stuff. Like yeah, I also want to try some graphic design, trying to show something yeah, like a bakery with a graphic design. I don't know how, but yeah, I will try it.
Okay. And this is supposed to be like a little robot or something. I don't know. Just tell me.
It's yeah, it's a car. It's
Okay.
it's like a yeah, but it's
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm also putting random stuff like this as ID in my own photo batch. I'm just asking because I'm not in your head. So no offense here,
Yeah.
just asking.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a car, yeah, a futurist car.
Okay, cute. This is a cute one. But yeah, of course you will have to redesign thing. This one feels the less interesting because less in harmony with your reference.
Yes.
But these two are working great. I think my 5 is the number 2. Because like the shape in it are really working great. Like I don't know if it was done on purpose. Let me check your reference. But yeah, like you have your round here, then you have like your big rectangle into a small one that leads me really into it. And then I have my repetitive shape here. I have the other one. Then I have my small square here and another small here. So the overall is working pretty great. And in contrast, you have something more round in the background to contrast with the big square you have here. Plus the big signet here also contrasts in shape. So this one is working great for me. This one is working, but I would say it's a bit more boring and less well managed in terms of shape. But again, this is something you can manage in design. So both are great to me. I prefer number 2, but if you want to go for number 3, it's totally okay. You will improve the design anyway. I like the platform you have here. So I don't know if this is something you liked from it, but maybe you can do a mix and put this platform here and see how it goes. Maybe this little girl can go here as well. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to mix some of your ID and of course you will redesign stuff, you can completely do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, to be honest, you did great. Maybe you struggled, but you did great. So it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is cool. But yeah, I think the next week are going to be okay for you. Like you will be able to paint without any photo in it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you. And then I have Raphael, if you are here.
Yes, hello, hello.
Hello. So again, I know you hate me, but it's okay. I'm making my peace with this. So tell me more about what you did.
Yes, a lot of pain during this week, but yeah, it's really cool to try a new process with the photo. But yes, I think I spent too much time like front on my screen on Pinterest and try to find a good reference.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, I think I just spent too much time to
So what you're saying is interesting. Like I spend too much time finding good reference. We never spend too much time finding good reference. And this is the main idea behind this exercise. I know a lot of my students doesn't like this exercise, but this exercise forces you to gather reference and you can't skip the reference part. And this is one of the reasons why I also really like this process. It's like, if you don't have reference, you can do anything. Like you don't have any concept if you don't have the reference. So this is a good reminder to be like, okay, this is great to like sketch from your mind directly with just few reference. This is great for your creativity. But when it comes to design, then it's great as well to be inspired by some stuff that already exists. It doesn't mean that you need to copy what exists, but just to understand how it works. And so you can bring a little bit of this reality into your concept so we can make it more believable, basically. So I think this is what you can keep from this exercise. Just like looking at reference is a good way. It's a good thing, basically, not a good way, sorry. Is a good thing. And we never spend too much time like trying to find good reference.
Okay, cool.
So this one is time of day, timeline current day, autograph, chocolate pastry treats. Okay, countryside. This one is crazy. Okay, cool. You all like to do stuff in the middle of nowhere. Is it a thing? Like, or maybe it's because we are artists and artists like to live in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. Is there a pattern or anything?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, again, I'm for it. Artists want bakery to themselves. Yes, probably. This is a French thing. Okay, so this one is day, current day, a family, a giant crescent. Why not? In a corner. Okay.
Yeah, this one is more basically basic.
More basic, but yeah.
Yeah, I have difficult to add fantasy and yeah, it's difficult one on Photobash.
Okay. Oh, let me do this before I forget. Oh yeah, this is like a simple thing, but really don't forget this thing in production. When you're providing a lot of concept together, like just add few numbers just so it's easier for your product designer and directors to be like, hey, I prefer this one and this one, instead of like saying, oh, I prefer the one, you know, with the corner like this and the top like this. This is horrible. So of course, this is homework. We don't care, but in production, yeah, try to think about this. Yeah, this one is science fiction. Oh yeah, I want to know what is that thing. Is it like this battle we have between pain au chocolat and chocolatine?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the fluoratine? Is it like
I don't know.
a chocolatine that can
fluorescent?
Okay,
I don't
okay,
know. I just match
okay.
the word.
But I want to know what is this like thing that will be fluorescent.
Yeah.
No, it's really funny because I looked at Raphael's like thing and then I was like, what is that? And I was like Googling it and I was just getting results of like medicine, like all sorts of like pharmacy stuff, and I was like, whoa, what did they sell at this bakery?
Yeah, very weird stuff. But the next one is even worse.
Yeah.
This is radioactive cake. I don't want this cake.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tunnel Metro vibe, Post-apo by Man, radioactive cake. Okay, and these are some additional try you did.
Yeah, just spend like 30 minutes to try something with a photo.
Yeah.
With the photography.
Yeah. Okay. Before I say anything, do you have any preference?
No. Maybe the number 3, but
Yes.
it was challenging. Yeah, it will be
I agree.
challenging.
Yeah. This one is just because like maybe a bit too basic, as you said.
Yeah.
I'm just tired of this composition, but anyway, this one is interesting. I think we can have like a lot of storytelling. This is already really readable. Since it's at night, you will be able to really bring your focus here. This one is really challenging because you will have an entire city to do and to design. And yeah, this is original. I like it.
Okay, cool.
Like this one is really great. This one is original as well, but yeah, I just like the overall composition and idea you have behind this one. So yeah, it's really up to you, as always. But yeah, really like the third one as well.
Okay, cool.
And do you have any idea of the art direction you want to follow?
I think more painterly, not just photo bashing, but
Of course, no
yeah,
worries.
I think like stylers, Arcan style maybe, and yeah.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, definitely a good one.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for feedback.
Okay, then I have Isabella, if you are here.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hey. Okay, let me open everything. Okay, so how was the homework for you?
I think I slightly liked it, mostly because I have experience with photo bashing, and I've been using it for the whole week at work. So I was finishing work and sitting with homework and doing also photo bashing. So it's just
sorry.
Oh, it's fine. At least the topic is slightly different. So yeah. But yeah, I spent a lot of time looking for photos, and then I did like I think 10 sketches to establish at least composition, to not worry about composition when I match photos. And then I slightly went with it. The first one I wanted to do this Art Nouveau style. I think right now when I look at it, I like it, but I don't think it really works well with the bakery idea. I think it would be a little bit better with some kind of restaurant or some kind of open space inside for some kind of gallery or I don't know, romantic panorama viewing.
Yeah, makes sense. And you have a big contrast here. This is something that can be managed, but you have a big contrast on the cat here, very silhouetted. And this is the first thing I'm looking at in the painting. But yeah, anyway, this is a small thing. I mean, I love cats.
Yeah. And the next ones, I think like I can clearly say which one's my favorite from the beginning, which is the 2A, the middle one, because I really like this alcove. Because I had no idea that I can, because I took it from a photo which is like completely different style. I think the photo is in Inspirations. And the second one on the right, I think.
You mean here?
Yes. It's this one you have. And I was not expecting it to work with something. So I'm really happy to include that.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the last one I think is very, very safe. I think I would like painting this, which I would prefer to suffer a little bit with details, which is the middle one. But yeah, I think this one was way safer, and I used my own photos, some of them. So I kind of knew because I was in Tuscany 2 years ago, and I think it kind of makes me imply what type of lightning art direction I want there. But yeah, that's
Okay. But yeah, you did really great. Hardcore, hot sun, okay, or night. Morning light, okay. But yeah, I really like the 2 and 3 here. These two are working really well. So yeah, if you prefer to use your own photo and go for something a bit more simple, then you can go for the last one. But I really like the storytelling you started to add in this one. Like, I like the thing we have here. I like the idea that the car doesn't really fit what we have with the house. So could be a great storytelling element as well, that things were like bring like this and not like directly on the building. So yeah, there is like a lot of like storytelling element already that I like. But yeah, these two are working really well. So it's really, really up to you.
I think the middle
Maybe
one, just to have some pain.
Okay, you want to have some pain. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Go for it. But yeah, definitely this one can be really, really amazing. And yeah, you said something about the art direction. You don't know yet what you want?
I don't know yet. I know I would like to do something painterly, not like entirely out of hard brushes, because I would like to combine a little bit what I do like professionally with like this visual development style, more direction. So yeah, I think I really wanted to also have it up to kind of decide, because I wasn't really sure what I really want from this. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, let's go for this one. And yeah, you can go for something like kind of pencil-y, as you said. Just try to make a mood board for yourself of like what you want for that direction, because if you start to like do your render and you don't really know where you want to go, you will maybe lose a lot of time. So it's great if you can gather a few references here and there, just to at least give you some ideas. And then of course you will have to test to see what you like and what you don't like. But yeah, just to save you a little bit of time.
Yeah. Yes, I will definitely do that.
But yeah, you did great, and sorry for the double photo bash effort afterwards.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. And then I have Aishra, if you are here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey. So how was the homework?
It was fun. Like towards the end, I kind of started kind of enjoying it. At first, I was procrastinating as well. I was like, I don't want to do this. But after a few hours, I was like, oh yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and you did great.
Oh, thanks,
You
Leah.
did great. These characters are like, they are amazing. They are so
That's my
cute.
dog. I always draw her like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw him.
Yeah, we're
So
just going
cute.
hyper cute with the first one. Just like that's the art direction, 100% cute.
This is so cool. So you went for like daytime, Russian, European, and Japanese.
Yeah. I
The
kind of wanted
owner
to
is your
mix
dog.
something. Yeah. Pretty good
Downtown.
baker.
Yeah, I see this. Like pretty famous in the street as well.
Yeah. So I put like a little character in there just to see like the scale and everything. And I think the final art direction, I do like what they do in Blender, the whole like cute cafe type of thing.
Oh,
But
yes.
maybe like mix with like the typical concept art for animation, like where it's like very graphic lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be interesting. Yeah, it's basically like, yeah, graphic light, but something a bit more structured. So yeah, it could be really great. This thing is really cute as well.
I know.
I like it.
Very cute.
Really amazing. But yeah, this one is really cool. Let me just put some number as well, just in case. But yeah, I really like this one. This one is really amazing. I can already see some of the design finished. I know from Ford that this is a bakery. I know what they are selling. I know a bit about like the people living in this street. So this is great. And these are like tanuki or something like this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I want to turn them into like a character as well, like crossing. Like, it just came from the bakery or something. Initially,
Yeah.
that was for just for scale, but then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll put them in.
Yeah, they're cute. Yeah, they are here. Yeah. Cool. Really cool. Okay, so this one is an Italian family, locals,
Yeah.
bestseller sandwich in downtown, not fancy. Okay, let me go here. Yeah, some South concept art. Yeah, this is this guy in your painting. Okay, cool. This one is cool as well. I can feel the vibe of it.
I really
Add
like
more
mom stuff,
character.
so so
Oh yeah,
I was like, oh, let me do something. It's not really bakery, I guess it's more like a deli, but I could
yeah,
change it into a bakery, but I did have fun with this a lot. And if I don't do this for the final, I might just take it on my own free time because there's a project that I'm doing on my personal work that is kind of would fit. I could use this concept for that
yeah.
one, but I've always wanted to do like a deli or something in New York and have like
Okay.
just like a mob somewhere standing there, maybe the cops looking for them or
Okay, but yeah, I mean, this one is working. I mean, they're doing cakes. I'm fine. They are baking something. It's
they're making
okay.
something.
They're baking something. I'm fine. But yeah, this one is great as well. And this one, Sunset, Old French Village, tile pattern, family owned, pretzel, like the first one, downtown, but a little island. And for the art direction, okay.
Kind
Okay,
of like that
cool.
box stroll type of look. This one I'm not
Mhm.
as crazy about because I think I spent the least time looking up like references, so I didn't really
Mhm.
have a clear vision of what I wanted and kind of just basically just put photos together and see how where it went. It's fine. I'm not really crazy about this one though.
Yeah, my favorite are the first one and second one for sure. So yeah, it's really, really up to you. Again, this is just my personal taste here, but I love cute thing and I love your dog, so this one is my favorite. But I definitely can see like some great thing with this one if you finish it. So yeah, really up to you what you prefer to do. Because I just want you to enjoy the final week. So yeah, which one is your
Okay.
favorite?
It's hard. I do like 1 and 2. Like either way, I would finish the other if I don't do the other one.
Yeah.
But I think we'll just go hyper cute. Yeah. Just
Let's go
cute
hyper
max
cute.
it.
Here we go. But yeah, you really did amazing.
Thanks, Leah.
Of course. And I think that's it. Jacob, I remember you had some question about Photobash.
Oh yeah. I got a bunch. I'll put them in the chat, and then if some are just like part of your lesson for today, feel free to just like ignore them.
Okay.
Or feel free to
Okay.
ignore all of them if you want.
Also,
No, okay.
I'm
Oh,
here, Lee,
Natalie.
just in
Natalie.
case. Yeah,
Yes, you are here. Okay,
I
where is
am
your
here.
picture?
We have
Natalie,
good
Natalie.
news. They're coming to look at my internet next week. So
Yes.
I'm I'm very happy.
Of course.
I'll keep you updated on the internet issue saga.
Yes, please. I hope it will be well for you. So yeah, please tell me how was the homework and what you decided to do.
So I had a lot of fun. I don't normally think of doing photo bashing. Like it's been a while since I actually remembered that it's a thing. So I was like, oh, I forgot. So I did have like a lot of fun because like I think it made me feel less like I was like, ooh, I was like having fun looking for like the images to like place. So it was kind of like a puzzle. I did struggle with a little bit more of like getting the scene to be like how to explain, more like more perspective-y, I guess, because I was like, oh, I'm not really sure how to place some of these images, but I'm still happy, especially the top one. I like the top one a lot. The bottom one was more me just like really trying to be like playing around, because like I know we had a specific one, but I was like, I can't. So I tried to, like, the first one is like more of like an apocalypse setting, and the second one I just went with something totally different because I was like, okay, I am confusing myself. I just wanted to see if I can get some perspective.
Okay. So no matter which one you want to choose, I just want to make sure that we feel this is a bakery. So this one can be great. But again, like I want a clear focus. Right now, I don't know like where is the entrance of my bakery. Like is it the bakery? Is it the whole bakery? Is the bakery just like here? And it's like a really tiny bakery in between like really big building. So yeah, just make sure we can feel it. We can feel there is a bakery, and this is supposed to be your focus point. So keep that in mind for the next step. And about the perspective, you will have to fix the perspective and everything with the next stage. So it's okay. But yeah, maybe you will have to add like maybe more building. Oh no, you said it was abandoned, so no more building in the background. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll feel like the horizon line and maybe like the desert or whatever in the background. But yeah, you will have to make the building and the background fits together instead of like one building just like this. But yeah. It's about like integrating everything together, so it's fine.
Yeah. I wasn't entirely sure how to like incorporate the bakery like element a bit more, because like that's why I kind of picked, like, I thought it was gonna be like, oh, it's like one of the do you know that one city that was in Hong Kong? It was a very dense, like populated city. I don't necessarily remember the name of it. But it was like really, really big. Yeah.
What city? Okay.
Yeah. So I was kind of like thinking of something almost like that.
Okay.
But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add more signs. So like maybe like there's like a broken bakery sign, but that's kind of like the vibe I was going for.
Yeah, cool. Let me just Google this city just because I'm curious. Okay. Makes sense. But yeah, definitely more sign with some like colorful element, and then you implement a bakery inside it. But yeah, okay. Oh yeah, and maybe more element like this kind of fences, just to props a little bit your foreground, and to see that it was lived before, but then it's abandoned. But yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, definitely. And we need to understand why this bakery is still living here. Like, who are the people who go to this bakery, even if this is supposed to be abandoned? So maybe we can have a hint in the background of some building, but like really far away. And since the bakery is like amazing, people keep coming here, even if the place is not lived anymore. I don't know. But yeah, we need to try to think about some stuff like this for your storytelling later, just so everything can be like consistent.
Okay, yeah, I'll work on that this week for sure.
Yeah, of course. This is the goal of this week. So yeah, you're gonna go for the first one because this is the one you like the most. This is what you told me. But yeah, I like the composition on this one. Like this is original, and you had some great opportunity. But again, like you will have a big work on texturing and lighting, of course. And here as well, I need to understand more that this is a bakery, basically, because right now we don't really feel the bakery. But yeah, you told me you want to go for the first one. I'm okay with it. So yeah, let's go for the first one.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry
you.
I didn't have as much time this week because my thesis is due in like 2 weeks. So I'm like,
oh yeah, but I understand. And again, like yourself first, it's fine. I know that I'm giving a lot of homework to do, so it's okay. Take your time.
Thank you, Lee.
Of course. And let me have a look at your question, Jacob. Why would you decide to use photobashing instead of drawing? Personally, it's depending on my mood and the subject I have to paint. Like if I need to go for something really crazy, something we don't have in real life, yes, I will probably go for painting directly because I want to have my creativity first and then the reality after. But when you work on a production where like it's mainly based on real life, or this is a mix of two architecture already existing, then I like to do photobash so I can already have a quick idea of like the final render, I would say, by mixing these two architecture together. And you know, you have a lot of like series and animation now that are set up in our current day. So it's easier to me just to come up with a quick photobash to give me an idea. And when I say a photobash, it's really just like you take a window here, you take the wall here and the roof here, and you create a new building, but the architecture feels the same, but you can create a city that feels like our current day, but not exactly. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why I can use photobash instead of drawing. So it's really like if I want to go for creativity first or not. What's usually the process when using photobash in a studio project? Showing this to a director and or a client, I'm wondering the review process of this is different than painting. I will talk more about this later. But basically, at least right now when I'm working, I'm like my photobash can take me like 1 hour. So this is not an entire day of work. So what I like to do is like I do my photobash, and then on top I already start to do kind of a clean layout with some quick texture and like a beginning of background design just to give them an idea. So I can provide, I would say, like one background design with few texture per day, and at the end of the week they have like 5 images. So the client don't really see my photobash in the end because it's not really useful. But when I was working in game before, I was showing my photobash just because I was able to like do a lot of photobash and the deadline was shorter. So I was like, okay, let's do maybe 3 photobash in a day. I show them the photobash and then I go for my background design and layout. So it also depends, I think, on the deadline and the client and everything. And for the client I have in mind, it was based on real life. So I had to photobash already existing thing. So yeah, it was like the best thing to do for me. So yeah, I just like show my photobash directly to my art director, so to the clients. And then they're just like, yes, we like this, maybe you can change this later. But you will see that I'm very organized. So when I provide a photobash, I always put a lot of notes around, and I'm like, okay, I want to change this. Like, it's more like a no worries note. Like, yes, I'm not gonna keep this. I know this perspective is wrong, but this is just an idea. Oh, what do you think about like this texture? I like it. Maybe we can put it in the final render. So yeah, I try to explain everything that I'm doing.
And the art directors are usually good with like seeing the note, not needing it to be like fully finished first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, all the time I send something that is not finished, I put notes on it because I'm like, you know, you're never in the mind of the client and he's not in your mind as well. So when I send an unfinished piece, I just put a lot of notes around so they can really understand what I wanted to do and what I plan to do. So they don't think that I forgot something or that I did a mistake. No, this is something I plan to do, but that was not the idea right now. This is the same when I'm doing background design. I'm like, oh, for example, if I need to, this is something I had to do. Like I had to design a car. So I was like, oh, maybe I can show you quickly with a sketch on the side how we open the door and how everything is working. So you don't have any question for me during the review because you already understand everything I had in mind, you know. So yeah, I'm a notes person. I like to make notes everywhere and make it like easy to understand for everyone. Would you use more photo bashing to make changes or just stick to painting after the initial photo bash? Depending if I need more reference, like you will see it as well with what my husband did. Like for example, he did a quick photo bash, then he did a sketch on top of it. He started to refine the design and everything. And then he had to do like a street light and the character. So he wanted to have more reference for the character and the street light. So he just added more photo bash to have a quick idea of the character. And then he painted over the characters. So really depending on the subject. So if I feel I need more photo bash, then I put one more photo bash on top of it and then I repaint on top of it. So depending. How long do you usually spend on a photo bash compared to a painting? A photo bash is really quick. Like I can spend like 1 hour, 2 hours, but yeah, then I go into painting. Again, my photo bash is just like one way to sketch and to gather a quick idea, but that's it. Until now, I never used a photo bash as a final project, basically.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, again, this is maybe personal, but I just don't like it because first, I like to create my own design and to do my own thing. So again, photo bash to me is like referencing, like you need reference to understand, to gather idea, but in the end, you need to create your own thing. So I just don't want to see my photo in my final image. And I just like to paint a lot. So I just feel what, like, for example, when I had to work on this production where they asked me to paint and then add some photo bash texture on top of it, I was like, I don't like it. And I never posted this in my portfolio in the end because it was just weird for me to have like a photo texture on top of a painting. But again, this is just personal taste. I know that some specific art direction work with photo bash and are like really amazing. Like, oh, this is what they did for the world of Obi in Spider-Verse. Like, this is like a collage. So this is photo bash and this is amazing. I don't know if you see what I'm talking about. Like, they did really, really well. So, yeah.
But I feel like that one works because it is like it looks like those old like punk like copy machine posters.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to photo bash, yeah, like when I was doing these, like I noticed like they're all very like low res.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking, because I'm just like, yeah, I wouldn't like to show this like as a portfolio piece when it's like pixelated and like kind of distorted. So yeah.
Yeah, but again, like if you remember what maybe I can open this thing. Okay, give me a few seconds.
It's also interesting to hear that you said you don't like doing them either.
Where it is, others. Yeah, these things I had to do. Like it was only photo bash. I'm not able to put anything in my portfolio because like I never got the green light, even if everything was released. But anyway, but these are things that I was showing to some of my clients who wanted to hire me because they were like, hey, do you know how to do Rogue concept art? Because we want to see your research and how do you think about things? And I was sending like this stuff and I was like, yeah, these are Rook stuff. I was doing like a lot of these per day just to provide ID to the team. And they were like, oh, okay, this is so cool. So now I know that you're not only able to do like perfectly rendered image, which is great, but now I know that you can like help the team to gather quick ID. So this is useful. So yeah, I think these are stuff that I would have put in my portfolio just to be able to say, hey, this is something that I like to do. And this is something that I know to do. So yeah.
I actually kind of feel like something like that would probably work better for like a Pixar movie. or like
Yeah.
the ones that they're supposed to be like super realistic looking. But I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of that style. And just like whenever I see those movies, like I always see the paintings that come before it, and I'm like, the paintings look so like cool and like vibrant, and then the 3D just looks like 3D.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I'm like,
Yeah.
let's use like Photobash for that or something. But I don't know, that's my opinion. So
Yeah, I agree on that. Like when you see most part of the like I will not say like Pixars and all, but yeah, we as artists we are pretty free when doing the visual development. So in at the very end we need to follow a specific art direction and everything, but at the beginning we can just use any process and art direction we want. We just paint and gather ID. So in the art book you have something like that I feel really amazing. You can see the voice of each artist, and in the end you end up with something in 3D and pretty generic. So yeah, this is
yeah,
this is
I agree.
taste. I guess this is business as well. But yeah, like this is the I would say this is maybe the reason why I prefer like some maybe smaller production sometime, because they try new stuff and they come up with like some really strong new art direction. So this is really great. Like what they did with Blue Eye Samurai was really great as well. What they did with like the Ninja Turtle as well. So yeah, but yeah, it's personal taste here.
Mhm. Cool. Yeah, thanks for answering all those questions.
Of course.
Very, very interesting.
Let me see if I missed anything. Yes, I've heard from Pro in talks that some clients will think Sketch is final if you don't tell them. Yes, this is true. And this is the reason why I always say that communication is the key. And I always send notes because you are not in the brain of your client and you don't know what they can think. Like if you send a sketch and they're like, this is not looking the way I want. And I'm like, I just worked 3 hours. This is a sketch. So yeah, make notes. You will feel better. And I think I got everything. So what we can do is we do a quick break and then I will talk about layout, background design, and show you my layout. It's okay for you. We can come back in 10 minutes, as always. See ya. Yeah, let's wait 1 more minute so everyone can be back. But yeah, you have refilled the coffee and you're ready. And I took my water finally. Yes, it is. Plus, I'm sick and I have fever. So yes, I need this. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm sick all the time. So yeah, maybe. Okay, so do I have everyone's back? I'm ready. And I saw your image, Jacob, and I don't know if Pierre used this building as reference. I wanted to ask him, but he's not answering me. He's too far playing Wakfu in the living room. So, but I would ask. Thank you, Eva. Yes, okay, you're ready. Thanks for suffering through being sick so we can learn. I'm fine, but I think you can see it. Like I have some like tomato color because of the fever. So yeah, but it's fine. I mean, again, I'm used to it. So yeah, here we go. I will like show you my demo, of course. Demo I did while I was sick, so I was a bit slower than usual. It was a disaster, but anyway. Before that, as I told you, I don't have enough time to like in one class to go over everything. So I will talk about like layout and background design together. Because by definition, a layout is the way in which the part of something are arranged or layout. So basically how things are set out. And when a background design is an entire piece designed to represent a context and a story to its audience, basically. And these two can be very close depending on the production. So you might receive a really simple layout in 2D or 3D with little guidance on composition, angle, where to place your element, etc. And you may also receive a very detailed layout, again, 2D, 3D, with already several elements designed in it. And this is something really close to a background design or even an actual background design. So I will show you some of the layout I received in production. So of course, these are some specific production. When you work maybe on video game or when you're doing visual development, you are like doing everything from scratch and you don't have any layout, but just so you have an example, if you have to work on something like this. Yep. So this is a layout I received, a chair, a boring chair. This one was one of my first painting I had to do, like the second one I had to do for Apollo. And I received this. And when I saw this, I was like, I'm not sure about the design of the chair. Like, am I supposed to follow this? Because I remember I saw some concept and I saw like no chair like this one. So I had to do this. This painting is horrible. We don't care. Like this is a useless shot. But anyway, the thing is, when I sent this, they were like, yeah, but we don't want exactly this. So first thing, I had to like be a medium and be like, hey, I don't have to follow this layout, but I have to remember that I saw this scene before in a brief when I started, and I was like, I think I need to draw this chair. So yeah, basically double check everything, double check your layout, double check the design. Don't follow blindly the layout you received, and don't feel shy to ask for more information. But yeah, this is another ref I was about. I like was able to find on Shotgun, and we ended up doing a chair like this. So with another design, because in the end they wanted something else. So yeah, Yeah, this is really simple, Jacob. So yeah, really, really simple thing. But yeah, I received this layout. So in the end, you're like, hey, hopefully I did not follow the layout. I mean, I follow the composition because they need to put the character precisely here. But in the end, I had to change everything. This is another layout I received. So of course, you don't follow the layout perfectly. I really wanted to show you this because I remember when we tested process together, some of you tested like to do some 3D model and then to paint on top of it. And you were kind of like tracing on top of the 3D and trying to follow the 3D perfectly. So this is the perfect example of you don't have to follow your layout and 3D all the time. So yeah, I received this and I did this. So yeah, in my layout here, this is just an indication of the angle, the overall composition, but I don't have any lighting to follow, any process design, nothing. So you also need to be organized for that type of stuff because again, sometimes if you have like an organized team with some great communication skill, they will give you all the reference you need and you're fine. Sometimes not, depending on the day, on the week, depending on a lot of stuff. So yeah, again, feel free to ask for more information and be curious. Like if you have access to Shotgun, like Shotgun is a platform where some company like to work with, where you can like share your work from all the team, etc. But anyway, maybe I'm too curious, but when I have access to platform like this, I go everywhere. I will go see what the 3D team is doing, what the Visdance team is doing, what the animator are doing, because I know that if I do this, I will know more about the project and I will have more reference for my own work. So I will do less mistake basically, and I will help the team. So yeah, basically, go ahead, be curious, and try to learn more about your production and ask for more all the time. Yes, I want to know everything. Yeah, I'm the same. So yeah, I did this because I found this. So I was like, okay, so basically I need to redo this, but in close-up. But I'm like, okay, but this thing in my layout is not the same. And I remember in my layout, I have a box here. So what do I follow? Is this a final image for the movie, or is it a concept? And we don't have to follow perfectly everything. So I asked it to my team and they were like, yeah, okay, you can change the thing here, but please keep the box here. So it's not in the concept, but we will need to add it. And they were like, yeah, follow the overall lighting of the concept and basically do a close-up of the thing here on the ship. This is what I did. Never posted this thing because like, I just don't like the image I did. But anyway, it was like from my first job. So another crazy layout. This is the same thing. So like in the end, they don't wanted like a classic ping pong table. They wanted something like just in wood. But yeah, you had to bring more life, more design into it. Do animation studios use repos like P4, like game dev studios? I don't understand anything. I'm sorry. What is repo and P4? I'm sorry.
Oh, I think they mean a repo like an asset library. Is that what you mean?
Oh, okay. Yes, it's more like you know what? Maybe I can open what I have. It's not exactly the same thing. Okay. Let me go here. In my Apollo thing, I do have a lot. Yeah, repository like Perforce or okay. Okay, because I did not work that much in game, so I don't have all the vocabulary you may have. But we do have some stuff like sorry, I'm trying to find my thing. Yes, like oh, my bad. Okay. But yeah, when the art director is happy with like one pattern or anything, like for example, here you have like the living room linoleum floor, you have the one for the kitchen, you have the wall, and like for painting, like I'm looking for the good painting to show you. Yeah, this one is a good one. So yeah, like when I have to do this one, for example, I already have a PNG for the wall pattern. I already have like the painted thing you have here. This is like an asset. Same for the floor. So I don't know if this is what you mean, but yeah, we do have some assets like this that we can reuse, but it's more like the more we progress into the production, the more we create these assets and the more we'll be efficient because we'll be able to use these assets. But yeah. And it was the same for the plant here. I was able to take it from another painting. Oh, and same for the lamp here. But I had to repaint on top of it. But yeah. Hope it answered your question. Sorry, I mean more like version control software, or is it just more like a shared drive? Oh, you mean the way they send us the thing? Like, because we had like just to, like the layout team was sending things through Shotgun and we were downloading everything. If it was about like the software. But yeah, again, depending on the production, sometimes you can have a shared drive. I had to work with shared drive as well. But yeah. Tell me if I got everything, and please feel free to like redo the question over and over in a different way if I didn't get it. I will have to look more into Shotgun. Yeah, Shotgun is something very specific. It's like, yes, we're using Shotgun at Sony as well. I mean, I don't have and we're using Shotgun as well on Jibaro. So yes, I think this is, but no, it's not Shotgun anymore. I think it's ShotGrid now. The name changed. Yes, this is ShotGrid. Thank you, Laurel. But yeah, have a look at it and you will understand quickly what I was talking about. Yeah, another layout I received. This one was tricky because I received it, and luckily, since I'm curious, before I received this, oh, I'm not in the good folder anymore. Let me go back to it. Not this one. This one, yeah. I found this thing. So this is a map of all the house we have in the movie and how they're supposed to look like. And you have like all the house and their placements. So when I received this, because maybe I'm a psychopath, I was like, okay, I'm gonna look at my layout and verify all the houses one by one. Everything was wrong in the layout. So where it is here, I basically redid all the houses so they can match the shot we were doing. And so I was able to say to the team, hey, look, I found this. We're supposed to follow this. Of course, I double check with my art director and everything. And so they were able to redo the street so we can avoid some mistake in the end in the movie. So again, double check everything. It doesn't mean that you don't have to trust your colleague, not at all. It just means that we are all humans and we might forget some stuff sometimes. So just double check the perspective, the design, double check with the reference your art director sent you, just so you make sure the layout is the good one. And so you can paint over, because imagine if I start to paint over this, let's say I paint like this in one day, and in the end I send it to the team, they do the animation and everything, and like 3 weeks after they're like, oh, but I think there is a mistake in it, we need to redo it. They will lose money and you will lose time. So yeah, double check for everyone. This is great. Oh, and same for the car. I know there are generic cars for layout. So I was just asking to my art director, hey, which car do you want for these people living in this house? So they were able to send me reference, and so I can go with this without having to just try and then having to redo. I just prefer to ask if they have a precise vision for it, basically. Google say yes, shall use it version control software for animation. That's answer my question. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yes, it's a file sharing site for animation production. It helps organize assets by shot number, episode, etc. Yes, you can also add like the time of day on it, etc. So you can like share easily every information you need. Another layout I received, so of course, a lot of placeholder. And here again, like the layout is great. You can see that the layout are improving the more you go into the production, because we're starting to have like some design approved and everything. So they can start to do stuff less generic. But yeah, when I received this, of course, I already have some of the concept on the side. So I know how the house is supposed to look like. And luckily I did the concept for this house, so I know it. But the thing is, I'm like, okay, this is the first time I saw like a mailbox here. So is there any precise design you have in mind? And they got one. So luckily I asked it, because again, if I started to do my own design and in the end they want something else, better to ask. And in the background, same, I was like, okay, is this really the interior we want? Like, do we have a precise design for the lamp or anything? And again, they wanted to change something, like they wanted to remove the lamp, they wanted another design for the sofa. So yeah, again, you ask and then you paint, basically. I've studied this painting, nice one. This one, the one with the house? Oh, this one was fun. Like these are like small shots to paint, but they are like relaxing and I like the colors, so they are fun to do. Oh yeah, I think I never showed this one. But yeah, another layout again with some generic stuff. And again, you double check everything. Here, I was like, there is only one chair and this is a family. I'm not really sure about it. Here I was like not sure about the design here. Of course, the fence is pretty generic, but we don't care. And if you remember, I already showed you some of the like the actual set and the photo we received from the set. And I was like, I think there is like some props on top of the fridge, some props here. And here we're supposed to have like something, not like a blank space. So yeah, I ended up doing this. So adding all the missing props and adding the missing chair, basically, and changing the design behind. So again, to say the same thing, double check and be curious to help you and your team. Same with this one, like if you look at the props on the table, for the layout, they basically like copy pasted the props from the actual scene. But I don't know why, like some props were just forgot. So I was like, okay, I will add the missing props. But yeah. And again, as you can see, the more we go into the production, the more the design are precise, the more they start to add like some of the props in the background, etc., because we start like fixing some of the issue and adding more. So yeah, but again, like you can see that some props were missing. Of course, the design here was not set up. Some props here were missing. This is more stuff that I like to do, but just to have something consistent, I just like to have something to connect the lamp. But yeah, these are my thing. I'm just too picky. But yeah, I had to redo a little bit the design of the chair here. But yeah, I think you got the idea. This is a layout I received for Yellowbird. So another type of layout you can receive. You can be like, oh, this is an incredible layout. I have like an idea of the mood, of the architecture. But when you look into it, you're like, hey, I will have to really think about how the street is working because I need to make it believable. So basically I did this just to have something more consistent. And of course I applied that direction on top of it. But yeah. Basically for you to see this area. So of course, I had like strong references to help me. But yeah, don't follow your layout blindly and make us understand everything. Same for this one. This is, I think, one of the first, no, maybe it was one of the refined layout, but anyway, yeah. Like you can see that here, this is a mess, here as well. You really understand what's going on, but anyway, I need to make everything clear. So yeah, I went for this. I wanted something really, really simple, but in the end, we understand what's going on. You already know this one, but I did the layout by myself. But again, like the layout is not like perfectly precise. Some perspective stuff need to be changed. So yeah. This is the idea behind like my photo bash technique. It's like you throw some of your idea, you just try to get the perspective right really quick. You can add like an hint at your lighting, but that's it. I was sending this to my client, so it was okay. I saw that some photo bashing, some other building, their stuff looks really wonky in the layout. Yes. I think they did like a photo bash with some 3D. It was like a mix. But yeah, for sure. I was speaking about this one as well, but yeah, this is the type of layout you can receive. So it's not only photo bash, it's not only 3D, it can be just line art. And then you paint inside it. And the most part of the time you have to really follow the line art as well. So the animation team can work on your background precisely. But yeah, and we have an asset as well for the sky. The sky was already done and I just had to put it in my painting. Looks like Google Earth. Yes, I think it was like some Google Earth photo bash for this one. Yes, I think. And oh, I think that was the last one. Yeah, because I don't want to show you all the layout I received. But yeah, the idea was really to show you like you can receive a bunch of different layouts. But what I want you to double check when you work in production is the accuracy of this layout and background design you receive. So basically, if you receive the layout, it's your job to double check. So don't follow the given layout or background design blindly. Make sure nothing is missing in your final painting, make sure the perspective is correct, etc. And if you're making a layout or a background design for someone else, be sure to check your fundamentals like the perspective. I think I received too many layouts with wrong perspective. And to me, this is like the basic thing. Make sure everything is understandable for the people who receive your layouts. Like in an ideal world, I'm always saying like, I prefer a layout with just like few gray blocks as a hint rather than a layout full of like random design as a placeholder, because this can lead to confusion. And if some team members lack communication, you might like do the design you received in your layout, but in the end they wanted something else. So yeah, or again, like put a note on it and be like, yeah, I just put a random design here. Ask your team or do whatever you want. And yeah, this is something else because I'm used to receive layout, and in the layout, sometimes we have like already designed it props. And I'm always asking to my colleague, hey, what reference did you use for this? So if you use specific references to design your item, just send them to the painter after you, just so you don't have to redo the entire reference work. So again, just never feel shy to ask for more information, references. This is basic communication. So you are not stupid if you're asking the reference your colleague has used before, if you're asking like the reference chat, the concept, or a clear ID from your client, basically. So it's just a reminder, you might know all of this, but just in case. So this is like the layout I did on top of my Photobash, just to be sure everything is working in the end. So maybe I can show you this and you will understand. So last week we did the Photobash sketch. So again, it can be a sketch, a Photobash, whatever you want. So this is what I call the throw you random ID stage. So you don't have to think that much. You do a quick collage of ID, you free some space in your brain, and that's it. Of course, this Photobash could be used as the layout for sure. It could be enough to work with, like, depending on the production. So yeah, of course, it can be a layout. But my goal for week 8 is to do what we call a look of picture. So the image needs to show like the final design, render, a direction, like kind of like the final image from a movie. So for this image, I want to provide a legible layout. And right now in my Photobash, I have like a lot of elements that are not designed yet, that are just like not in the good perspective, as you can see here. Here, this is just like literally a flower, and I need to make it work with like the design of a street lamp. Here, we don't understand what's going on here as well. So like if I give this to someone who don't know my process or anything, it might be like a bit lost, because yeah, at first sight, you're like, hey, I understand what's going on. But if you need to go really into the design, you will have a lot to think about, like the design of the wood structure as well. Like this is a mess right now. I need to really design something. Same for the stained glass. Same for the door. Like the door is not working yet. So yeah, like this is not at the good, like good height. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, too many things that I want to improve basically in the second stage. What I was saying. So yeah, I just basically want to do something closer to a background design, just to help me before I go into the coloring rendering stage. So to me, the layout background design stage is what I call the thinking stage. So this is where I need to make my my Photobash and all the ID I throw work together. So this is the ID that is not the most painful. I don't know how to say that, but it's like literally the moment where I need to think the most, because I need to set up some of my lighting shadow just to give me a better idea, to set up all my design, to make everything works. So I need to think. And yes, my layout will basically become my blocking, because it fit my process. So to me, it's working great. So yeah. I know, depending on people, but I know this stage can be really frustrating, because you will kind of remove all the detail from your Photobash and you will go into like a blocking in flat on top of it. So again, I know this can be frustrating, but if you don't do this thinking stage now, you will have to think twice more during the rendering process, because you will have to think about your design, your lighting, your color, and you might end up like really overwhelmed. So again, this is my way of working. I mean, one of my way of working. No matter which sketch method I choose here, it can be just like a drawing sketch or anything, but I really like to go from sketch to design and blocking into render, just so I'm sure I have everything, and so I can deconstruct my process and free some space in my brain. So I'm not saying you should work that way all the time. Like you might never even have to do like any layout or background design in your life, but this is one way to go, just in case. And I think that's pretty much it. Did I put any notes for me? Oh yeah, something I wanted to say to you. Yeah, but this is something I already say. Like, if you need to give a sketch to someone and you don't have the time to like refine anything, and you need to give it as it is with like all your little mistake and placeholder, just like put some notes on it, just so your teammate can understand what you're doing. But yeah, that's it. We'll get an update on Pierce painting as well. Not today, but for the other week, yes. You will have for sure. I will give you all the step by step. But to be honest with you, I don't wanted to show you the final Pierre deeds before. First, because I don't want it to afraid you and to scare you. And because I just wanted to do it like really step by step. But yeah, you will see it. You will see the step by step. So that second step here is fully painted. Yes, it is. You will see it. I will show you the recording. And these are some notes that I take at the very end, just to have like some idea of the texture and material I want to use, basically. And some of the design I wanted to go for, some of the things I decided to mix. But yeah, this thing was so cute. So I was like, okay, I will do the same, but with the bunny. But yeah, I think you got the idea. And let me open. Okay, let me close this. Here you go. So this is maybe not the most interesting recording ever. But yeah, just so you see how I'm doing my blocking on top of it. Again, I was very slow on this one, and it was really tricky to record this one, to be honest, because since it's my like thinking stage, I was looking at my reference a lot of time and Googling new reference. So I had to stop the recording, then go look at my reference, then go back, then don't forget to play the recording again. And I was like, oh, it was overwhelming, like really. So yeah, anyway, since it's the first time I had to record this part of my process, it was like challenging, plus being sick. Then you will see I'm doing like some weird stuff, and sometimes you have like a cut, and then you have some stuff that appear on the screen just because I forgot to press again the play on the recording. But yeah, sorry. How much do you care about the value at this stage? I just want everything to be easy to understand. That's it. Because I will have to change my value depending on the lighting and color scenario I want to follow. And this will be for my rendering stage. So again, just like to separate my my different plane in the depth and being able to understand everything. That's pretty much it. And little hint to my lighting. Great job would have been sad if you forgot to record. Oh, same. Imagine I finished the painting, but I forgot to hit the play button. Ugh, need to redo everything. I'm sure I will do this for sure. I mean, one day I will forget to hit the play button. But yeah. So I think Raphael, Leon, you will be like happy because you can paint now. You paint the way you want. You just do the design. That's it. Oh, and I will precise this again later, but like for the layout design, if you want to do a line work, I'm fine. If you want to do a blocking in shape like I'm doing, I'm fine. If you want to do it in 3D, I'm fine. The only thing is I want to understand how everything is working. That's it. I think the photo batch was already painful, so I don't want to force you to go for this and with like a lot of layers. This is not the goal at all. Is this demo done using the mouse technique? Yes, mostly with the mouse, and you will see sometimes I'm using the stylus. When I'm using my stylus, my shortcut changed a little bit, so you can see it. But yeah. This is mainly lasso tool, so yes, I tried to have like some wood structure that is not like perfectly straight. So I wanted to have something a bit more organic, but I will have to refine this more when doing the rendering. Yeah, I'm not sure you will have a lot of question on what I'm doing because it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, feel free if you have any question about anything, or if we just stare at the demo, I'm fine as well.
I had a quick question, Leah.
Mm-hmm.
When you reach like the final layout where everything's all figured out, like do you still leave in any elements of the photo bash, or is it all painted over at that point?
No, I don't like to have like any photo element in the end. So I repaint everything and it serves my process. Like this is my blocking, like what I was doing for my 1 hour study, basically. So I'm refining the design and doing my blocking at the same time. So I can do my rendering on top of it for the next stage, basically. But yeah, this is personal taste. I know some people like to keep the photo bash and they use the smudge tool and then they paint in it with the smudge tool. So this is a way of working as well. But yeah, I just prefer to do it that way.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, right now I'm trying to find a design for like this thing here, because there is like so many wood design on this house in Normandy. So I wanted to try a one that will work with my bakery. So I ended up like creating a new one kind of, but yeah. And here you can clearly see that in my photo bash, there is no like perspective or anything, like it doesn't follow anything. So these are little things that are really, really useful. And if you don't do this now and you need to do it after when thinking about color and lighting, at least to me, this is too much. I'm sure I will just like forget something. So the layout stage. Yes. Leah, for circular shape, do you use a hard brush? Yes. Hard brush, and then I cut it like again, I mean, depending on which one I need to do, but either I go for something like okay. Either I go for something like this and I cut in it like this, or I can go like, you know, I do it like this, or you can also do it like with the shape tool, not the one in pixel, the one in shape, my bad. And like you do it like this, you just remove the fill thing, and then you can select like the color and everything. You can select the size of it. So yeah, depending on what I need to do, was the easiest and faster at this moment. Of course. Do something. Okay, cool. Me and the technology, we're not friends. And you will see that I always have my photo bash on top in low opacity, just like as like just a sketch on top of it and a reminder of where I need to place my overall elements. So basically you can paint over your photo bash. So the question got lost. Oh, sorry. Just gonna ask again if it's okay. Do you figure everything out at this stage, like no question left, or you may change, add some element later? Yes, like I tried to figure out most of the problem I have in my image, but of course some stuff may change after. Like if I see that one of my design is not working because with this lighting and with this texture, I don't have what I want. Maybe I can change a bit the design of this. Like, of course, you never know precisely what you will have to change in the end. But I just try with this stage to reduce the amount of problem I will have to solve later, basically. This is exactly what I what I just showed you. So you will have it twice, sorry. Oh, and I think this is something you may have already noticed, but I'm doing like some weird stuff with my mouse without painting anything. Maybe it's because I work too much traditionally, but I just try to figure out the shape I'm gonna do before actually painting it. So it might look weird, but yeah, this is the way I'm thinking. Yeah, I never noticed I was doing this, but when I did a demo for a school, the director was like, "Oh, this is fun. You're doing this," and I was like, "Oh, really?" And yeah, now that I see the demo, I see it. It's like I'm talking to myself, like, okay, I should do this like this or like this. Oh no. Yes, I'm casting a spell, maybe. Same when I just stop in the middle of a selection. I'm like, do I need to do this like this or not? Like, this is fun to see. Maybe we should all try to record our painting just to like understand better the way we are working. This is really fun.
I was wondering, Leah, in terms of like level of detail, are you like mostly focusing on just like big picture lighting stuff and not really like textures or anything of that sort?
Yeah, exactly. Like when like right now with Sunny, for example, since I have time in a day because I'm used to my process and everything, I have the time to add some texture to give a hint to my art director. So I do add some texture really quick just to give them an idea of the overall material. But yeah, when it's for myself and what I'm asking you to do here is really the overall picture, the structure, and that's it. For the texture, I did like a notes PNG to be just like, okay, this is my layout and this is the texture I plan to use in it. That's it.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, I think like one thing that's a little bit difficult to tell is like how much is too much and how much is too little. But I guess like the more you do it, the more you can kind of feel out what works best for your process, right?
Exactly. When I look at my own recordings, I feel like working on it was much easier than I was thinking when I was doing it, since the recording doesn't capture my inner monologue going, this sucks, no, that's the wrong line. Yes, completely.
I think that'd be pretty funny if just like in subtitles we have like your thought process. I think that'd be really funny.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'm changing some of the shape that are not working. Like before, like here, I did this arc already on my photo bash. But I was like, okay, it was an empty thing, and here it was just a square, and it doesn't make any sense. So it's better if this thing is repeated in the background, just because it makes more sense for the overall structure of the house. So yeah, these are like solving some of the design and structure issues, basically. So yeah, if I need to change some of the shape, I change it. I will change the door as well. Sorry, I'm pointing stuff to you, but I'm tired. I'm sorry. Do you ever stop doing this and work on different version of some pieces separately to figure it out, like different door, etc.? Most part of the time, I do it in the same painting. Like, I don't remember if I did it on this one, but I'm testing one door, then I'm like hiding the layer, then I'm testing another one, and I'm like, okay, I think I prefer this one, and then I keep this one. So yeah. Did you make the round parts to match with windows, or you thought too many square in shape in picture? Yes, I wanted to have something that can like be repeated, and since I will have like many square here as well and one big square here, I just wanted to have this arc here as well. And since I already have like some square here, just wanted to try to have a better balance and something that I like it more. Yeah, you will see me struggle with like really simple thing because I'm sick. And I remember like when I did it, I remember I was like, oh God, I need to finish it for like tomorrow or something. I was like, I can't do it. I'm just too tired. So when I watched the recording this morning, just to be sure it was okay, I was like, oh, I see the difference between like a recording when I'm okay and this one. But yeah, it was fun. Anyway. I just can see that I'm just more dumb. I forgot about my layer. I need to click on it more often to find my layer. But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I struggled a lot with this to find like the pattern I wanted. This is not the final one. And in the end, you can see that this is not even in the center of the door. So this is something I redid at the end because I just saw it in the end. Yeah, here I did cheat again, but anyway. Yeah, this is the perspective magic trick I showed you. I use it a lot on this demo. At this moment, my windows are still not in the center of anything, but I will correct this later. But yeah. Even the name of my layer are wrong. Like, this is not a building. I mean, yeah, better to call it a bakery, but anyway.
Good thing you're not passing this on to anyone.
And this is a select inverse, so I can select the opposite selection.
Are you doing much airbrushing in this stage, Leah, or are you trying to keep everything like more flat?
Yeah, I have everything flat mostly because the airbrushing will be in my final render when I will like really work on my value and color to define the material and the roundness and everything. So no, right now everything is pretty flat.
Okay, so no
Because
gradients.
yeah, and the thing is, I'm using like the gradients and the soft edge to like design some stuff. And if I start to think about like designing my edges at this step, I think it's just too much if I have this on top of the design and everything. So yeah.
No, that makes sense.
I just try to trust the process and be like, okay, it will be pretty flat, but it's fine. Because again, like I'm doing this in shape, but if you want to do it in 3D or in line, it's fine as well. And if you're doing it in line, you don't have any gradient or soft edge or anything. So yeah.
That makes sense.
Oh yes, I think I remember I had had time with like this thing here with the size I wanted for it, comparing to the stairs. Be prepared to some messy stuff, I think. And of course, I have my references open on the side. Like they're not on the recording because of course I need some space to draw. But I have like a bunch of references on the side and I try to mix a lot of things to create my own thing. I thought at this point it's just blocking over the photo bash, so you're still blocking at the reference. You block on top of the photo bash because you already have some of like your main IDs on the photo bash, but you can't just photo blindly your photo bash because there is a lot of like design element missing, and you don't want to just copy your photo bash, like you want to design new thing. So yeah, this is more of a research stage and thinking stage. So you need to use your photo bash as a reference, as a guide, but you can't just follow it like at 100%, because some stuff just doesn't work in your photo bash. And it was exactly this for me. Let's say that your layout is at night with street lamp on that main sidewalk. Are you going to design the lamp light beams? Oh, not yet. Yeah, you can do it at the final stage. Like this is more about art direction, like the way you want to represent the light in your painting. So yeah, this is light design and texture design. So yeah, more at the end. I remember at this moment, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm happy. I think it's great if I put it here. And then I started to add the stairs, and I was like, nope, not working, because the stairs end up inside the pantry. Yeah, we'll see this later, I think. So I had like to redo like the shape of the stair and make them smaller or something like this. Yeah, see, here I'm like, there is a problem. You can see like that I was, oh no. This doesn't make any sense. This is dangerous. Anyway, let's continue. I don't know. Let's fake that I didn't see anything.
I feel like this is a big part of the layout process where you start realizing all of the things that are very unsafe about your idea.
Exactly. So when I see this, I'm like, okay, hopefully I see it now, because if you see this at the very end, when you like have everything like rounded, you're like, oh, I need to redo everything. So this is the reason why, to me, these steps is like really important, and it makes your painting like believable, basically, because you think about this tiny little thing.
Yeah, I think it's not only good painting advice, it's also good life advice. Just like deal with problems early before they get really bad.
Yeah.
Art imitates
But I think
life.
most part of the, oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying art imitates life.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and at this moment I was like, yeah, this is too thick. Like, this is not what I want. Too many things going on about these stairs. I was like, oh, it was like thinner in the photo bash. I liked it. But I can't use the photo bash. because the photo batch is a mess. What can I do? I can really like hear myself when I did this. Yeah, finally, thinner stairs. I prefer this one. Yes, you're right. I have a pizza icon here. I don't know why. But yeah, maybe Google knows that I love food. But yeah. Right now I have something else. I don't know what it is. Those Apollo images were so nice. I'm not good at the lighting and material rendering. Do you have advice for getting better at those? I will show my process about lighting, rendering, like the next week, basically, because I will finish the painting. But basically, this is like practice and your understanding of like how the life is working. So, like, what you can do is like reading some books about like lighting, colors, and how everything is working. I remember I showed you a few books that I like to read because I read them again and again. And also studying from life, like you go outside and you try to understand why do you have this color here, why the shadow is projected like this because the sun is like this. You can try to paint from life as well. This is really useful. So yeah. I was wondering if there is ever an issue with scale doing it this way. When I ask it for feedback, people always point out that I've had scale issues. So now I have to put placeholder people everywhere to double check. Yes, of course. When you're working on top of a photo batch, um, it's like really random. So you need to be careful of the scale after when you're doing like this stage, basically. These are the stuff you need to check. And this is the reason why, like, oh, I don't know how we call that in English, but the thing you need to open the door. But yeah, I had to change it because the height was not the good one compared to a normal human. So this is an example among many other, but yeah, you need to check this. Oh, it's like Chat GPT, this icon here, like with the pizza.
Yeah, I tried it right now, and I think it is a little bit dumber than ChatGPT because I asked, "What are you?" expecting
okay.
it to explain it to me, and they wrote me, "We cannot continue this conversation. Goodbye."
Okay.
So,
Okay.
It's Copilot. It started out as a coding AI tool, and they've since expanded the branding to just all of Microsoft's AI stuff, I think.
Okay. Okay, good to know. But yeah, I never used this. I just discovered it with you. But yeah, and the icon changed. It was easier to check the scale with buildings by lining up windows next to other windows. Yeah. That's one of the most annoying things about EA, just everywhere in every app I use. Yes, yes. It's everywhere. So here I'm using my stylus, I think, because it was a tiny thing in the background. Yeah, and the shortcut is different. I'm using the shortcut on the stylus to like increase and decrease the brush size. So yeah. Is it something about like Apple? Like because that's how you're saying like your PC is basically unusable because it keeps finding new ways to install EA crap without your permission. Is it something related to Apple or I don't know? I really like this process, especially the black and white first, but I never did it because I didn't know how to get good looking color after. Also some color method changed the values. You will see next week, but I don't use any like color magic or filter or anything on top of it. I'm just like, okay, I have like my layout, I have my blockings, I have each shapes on separated layers. I will just like put a color in each shapes and that's it. So I can just paint like this without using any filter or any like color gradient or anything. I mean, these are some stuff I like to use at the very end to like balance my painting and everything. But yeah, I don't have any magic to go from black and white to color. I'm not sure, I don't use Windows, but I've heard Windows keep trying to force people to upgrade and install things. Yes, the thing is, I had to do a reset factory on my on my computer a few weeks ago because I just by mistake I installed the last update from Windows and my Photoshop crashed, everything crashed. I was not able to do anything. It was a mess. So I had to do a reset factory to reinstall everything, all the software. But yeah. Well, I keep saying no to the upgrade for Windows. Yes, you can continue. Is Windows 11 worth it right now? I don't know. I don't even know which version of Windows I have. Like I'm very bad with that stuff. So every time I have an issue, I'm like, Pierre, please help. Like if you don't do anything, I will just throw the computer to the window. So because of Windows, this is funny. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry for my bad joke about Windows. yeah, trying again a new stuff for this design because it was not in the center. I wanted to try something else. I'm always surprised to see when people can draw with the perspective grid so strong like this. I need to make it like 5% opacity or get it. Okay, yeah, I understand. I think, yeah, I already have some opacity on it, but not that much. The thing is, when I end up adding like my grid in opacity and then my photo bash in opacity on top, this is too much thing with like low opacity. So I prefer to keep my grid like this. So the only thing I have with low opacity is my photo bash. So right now I'm starting to reorganize some of my layer. And then I will probably like center my windows and everything. Yeah. Would you say it feels like you're doing a painting study from the photo bash at some point? Kind of like I studied the overall composition, yes, but in the end I did the composition. So yeah, but yeah, definitely. Like my photo bash is a guide, so yeah, I use it kind of like as a study, but I need to redo the design and everything. So yeah, but I need to improve my reference. But yeah, this is the technique I used to go from like my background painting experience to concept art. Like this is one of the first process I've used because when I started, I was doing only background painting. So I was working with like either a sketch done by someone else or like a full reference. So my first idea to go from like background painting to concept was to create my own reference to study. So yeah. So now I can do like a lot of different process, and I don't need this anymore to do visual development. But this is just something that I enjoy to do. You have a lot of shapes in your art. Is the dynamic shape part coming in the render stage? Yes. Because I put shape into my texture, I think about the shape of my edges, etc. So yes. And here you already have like a lot of shapes everywhere. like round and square and rectangle. But yeah. I wanted to have like some donuts here, but in the end I was like, not sure. This is too much. I don't know. I will see in the rendering stage if I want to add some like donut in the stained glass. I don't know. Yes, can't wait for that. All I can do is flat color. No. The thing is, when you struggle to go like over the flat color stage is mainly because you need to understand more like colors, lighting, so you can be able to bring the variation in your flat color to make your painting more lively. So this plus practicing like how to make your texture interesting. So, but this is mainly about like learning about contrast. This is what we already talked about before, and testing. This is the only way. But yeah, we will see it together. Yes, here I did something really wrong with my layering and I will correct it later. Or maybe now, I don't remember. No, maybe later. Like I did the garage, but in the same, like as a clipping mask in the house instead of like doing it behind. So it can be really frustrating when you need to add the lighting and texture. So I had to change this. Oh yes, this is what I'm doing now. No, not yet. Not yet. Sorry. So I think you saw it, but I really like really the entire design of the stained glass here because it was truly not working before. Too many squares and just too many things that lacks like real structure. What am I doing? I don't even remember. Anyway. Oh yes, okay. I wanted to have this and to okay. Whoa. Too much click for nothing. Sorry. Really. Give Cyglia a break. Yeah, exactly. But I think I took a break after this and I finished it like this morning. It was not better, but at least I took a break. But at least you have a fun recording. So you can have like some recording when I'm at my best, like I'm like pretty speed and I know what I'm doing. And you have this one where I click like everywhere to do one simple thing just because I forget about my layer. So this is fun. Do you apply the same process, photo bashing, black and white blocking to the big city painting? What is the difference between that process and this one? Not sure to understand. Like if I have to do a big city painting, depending on the perspective, but either I will maybe go in 3D if the perspective is like really complex. But if I have to like do a photo bash, yes, I will go into photo bash, then into black and white, and then into color. So yeah. Cool. Why did you think the Windows was not working? Because I looked at more reference about like stained glass, and oh, maybe I can pause it here. Like, look at this shape. Like, you have like one shape that means nothing here, and then another here, and then like a lot of like little one here, and then a big one. Like, this is a mess. It doesn't mean anything. So I went through like way more reference about stained glass, and I tried to really give it a structure. So I still need to work on it, and I will finish it with the render. But now the original structure feels like more believable. Oh yes, this street light as well. You will see me do like really weird stuff. Not yet, but yeah, will be fun. This is exactly what you like, what you're not supposed to do. Like follow almost blindly your photo bash, even when your photo bash is horrible like this. But I was too tired and I was like, yeah, I can follow the photo bash for this one. It's okay. No, it's not. So I had to redo it in the end. Even this, like the thickness of this thing from the bottom to the top. Yeah, of course, working great. What a great design. Ooh. So now you know why you shouldn't follow your photo bash blindly, because it will not work. How do I say this? What kind of fundamentals tells you the window is not working? Because I will have to look at nice. Is it architecture design or big, medium, small or something? Yeah, it's like I will look for more like for more reference. And when I look at the reference, I'm like, okay, there is nothing looking like what I did. And like, I'm not doing something like really crazy in terms of creativity. Like everything that I'm doing are stuff that you can find in your everyday life. So if I put like a stained glass with like a completely different structure than something you're used to see, you will see it's like there is something that is looking wrong. So yeah, I just look at more reference, and then when I compare these two, I'm like, there is an issue. And then on top of it, yeah, my my shape were not great in it. So this is more like experience as well. Like the more you will practice like this big, medium, small, as you said, the more architecture you will have to work on. Yeah, all that stuff. This is practice, and the more you will be able to see an experiment thing, the more you will be able to be like, hey, there is something that is not working. So I need more reference, and then you would find out, okay, it's really not working. Of course. So when I'm working on a personal painting, most part of the time I'm like, okay, I'm doing like 1 day for the photo bash. So of course I don't work a lot during this first day because the photo bash is pretty quick. And then I'm like, okay, 1 day for the blocking, because sometimes I'm working on like pretty huge painting. So the blocking can take me an entire day. And then one other day for the final rendering. And maybe one more if I need to double check some stuff on it. Just so I can take some break between each step. For production is a bit different because we have deadline and I need to show a lot of stuff, but yeah. Oh yeah, this is the crazy thing I'm doing on top of it. I was like, oh yes, I want maybe a flower thingy on top of it. I changed it in the end, but yeah, because it looks, I don't have the word in English, but the thing you need to wipe the floor, it's looking like this. Mike can use it in Fantasia. Anyway. Yes, it's looking like a broom. Thank you, Lowell. But I tried to do it anyway. It's not working, but I tried it. First time we see sketch of, yeah. And what a sketch. There is maybe a reason why. Do you clean up your layer stack at any point by taking time to name everything or merge certain component? Yes, of course, you will see it as well. Like I will delete all the empty and non-visible layer. I will check like if everything is in the good group before I go to the rendering. But I will not name all of my layer one by one. I mean, if I need it for production, of course I will do it. But for myself, no. I just need my groups basically. I want to skip that thing. Why am I doing this? Yeah, you will see me check, like double check here and there, because on the side I have like a note folder of things I wanted to make sure to do, like hiding this wood plank here, make this secure, etc., etc. So. And this is just to give me an idea where I will do the tree. I know that I will use like texture brush to do it, so I just don't want to do it now. So I will just put some round shape to contrast with my building, but that's it. Here I'm just starting to think about like a bit more storytelling because I wanted the owner to really love flowers. So I will add more flowers around. We'll have like big tree, some flowers in the garden, flowers in front of the windows. So this is not in my photo bash, but yeah. Yeah, when you have this lag, it's because I'm looking at my ref on the side. So I try to avoid this lag, but we have it sometime. Oh, yeah, when you double click on a layer that you put in Smart Object, you can have like the original form of it on another Photoshop file. So this is what I did, so I can have the original one and put it back.
I think that was the most satisfying moment in the entire paint over when you made the bunny and the face.
Yes. And this thing as well, like these are not a lot, but I was like, okay, since it's gonna be like stained glass all around, I want to put all the ingredients we need to do donuts. Has like painting inside the stained glass. So I just like sketch a few things and then I try to organize everything in a good way. So of course I will have to do a good render on top of it. So we understand that this is actually glass and not just like random object put on the wall. But yeah. This was the fun part. Like I have a lot of things set up and I can start to think about a bit more detail. I think like in a few minutes, I will like pause the recording and then I will forget to play it again. So you will see some stuff appear. But this is like really small thing. But yeah, don't be surprised. I will just speed the video because we don't have that much time left. Okay. That's a cool way to make circle. I like learning these small tricks. Cool. Oh yeah, and I think you saw like everything appeared on the window. I just basically did the shape inside the sketch I did. I improved the design of this thing in the end as well because it was looking weird. And I cleaned my PSD at this moment. Oh, and this is the moment maybe I decided to reorganize some of the stuff. Yeah, this is my layer checking. And this is like my little lighting stage. So of course, nothing perfectly finished, but just to help me do my render when I will start it. Yeah, at this moment, I'm just checking the angle I choose for the light, just so I can have the same angle everywhere and have something like consistent. And here I try to think about like the projected shadow on the stir. So yeah, you will see me do some tests and redo. Are you adding shadows to add more interest? The foreground one. Yeah, I just decided to do my lighting this way for my composition as well. It also makes like more sense to have like some other building in front of the bakery, so the project shadow on the ground, so it make everything more believable. This little lighting stage forced me to really check the organization of my layer, because I try to do everything on top of like some of the groups just to have something easy to deal with after. Oh yeah, I think it's at this moment where I need to do the lighting inside the garage, and I'm like, not easy to do. So I need to reorganize my layer. Yeah. So you will see some weird stuff happening. This is completely okay. Is the opening for the garage in front of the wall in the layer above? Yes, it's a mess like this. It's like I did like my entire wall, and like in it I painted the garage, so it doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to be like behind so I can like play with it. But yeah, at this moment I was like, okay, I need to duplicate it, put it behind the wall of the house so I can work my lighting properly without having to do a mask every time. Oh yeah, at this point I was like, maybe I can just put a perspective grid for my lighting. And luckily everything was following the grid. So I was like, yeah. Are you going to use this PS file for painting the final render, or you start from a new one? I'm going to use this one. I will just clean it a bit and merge some stuff that I need, but I'm using this one. I will have the use to just merge everything. Yeah, I know, like when you're not used to work with a lot of layers, you just want to merge everything. I understand. But yeah, I just can't, like, because if I work with like a lot of layer, then I can just like fill with the color I want for each element and then paint in it. So yeah. I finally redid it. So that wasn't exactly photo bashing, but just to get the silhouette. Yeah, exactly. And I still plan to do like a floral shape in the bottom of it, but I will do it when I will render. So I just decided to take the silhouette from a real one, so I can have like some like of the actual like overall structure. So I will be able to go from this and then expand my design. But again, like when you're gonna do this blocking, if you want to do everything on one layer, you can. If you want to do like a bunch of layer, you can. Like it's really up to you. Like the process doesn't really matter. Like you paint the way you are the most comfortable with, as long as everything is easy to understand. just realized that your bakery reminds me a lot. Kiki's delivery service. Don't know if it was a reference. It wasn't at the beginning, but Pierre told me the same. And the thing is that this movie is inspired by a lot of the architecture we have here. So this is the reason why. It's fun to watch the shadow process on those streetlights. Reminds me of Photoshop tutorials on creating shadows from photo, but I never use it enough when painting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was doing a new perspective for this thing here. I don't want it to give up the flower. So I was like, yes, I will put flower somewhere in my street light. Oh, that's a nice, accurate way to do it for things like I just feel what's right. I think we still have like 5 or 10 minutes of the recording, and then I give you the homework. I know it's already 10, so if you need to leave, of course, feel free. You will have like the PDF and the recording on the website as usual, with the homework and in the PDF as well. But yeah, I think in 10 minutes we're good with the homework and everything. 10 minute max. Oh, and this is what I was talking about with Kaz, I think. it's like when I had like really quick texture just to be like, hey, this is the kind of texture I want to add later, just so you have an idea. So I do way more texture like this when I provide my layout to the art director, because I have the time to do it and because I like to do it. So
you're not like fully painting it, but you're just like implying it, basically.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like you don't have any color, the texture needs more work, but at least you can be like, oh, okay, this is a brick texture. Okay, I understand. This is like the lighting can be improved for sure. But you already understand what I plan to do. So this is what matters at this moment. I think I'm going to have a hard time keeping things as silhouette and not doing too much detail yet. Yes, probably. But this is a good exercise because I went through this as well. And when you go crazy into detail and then you figure out that the overall shape is not working or the overall design is not working, and you need to like undo all your details and redo everything, then you learn and you're like, okay, I will just learn to like flat silhouette, and when everything is set up, do my detail on top. But yeah, I went through this as well, and sometimes I'm still into it. I'm like detailing and then I'm like, stop. Oh yeah, I think this is like the very end where I'm like cleaning my layers, checking everything. Yeah, and I think that's it. And where's my Photoshop? Here. And yeah, and these are the notes I took right after. So you already saw everything. But yeah, just as an indication of the texture and type of plant I want to put. One of the structure I found, I was like, this match perfectly what I want. So yeah, like the pot plant, the one I used to photo bash, the idea I wanted that ended up being a broom inside my painting, the design I want for the background houses. But yeah, I really like the style of that version already, to be honest. Yeah, I like this as well. Like, it just feel like relaxing because there is not that much texture or anything. We have this in a lot of like series, I think. But yeah, I like it as well. And basically your homework, but I think you already know it. So make a consistent layout on top of your sketch, start to refine your design element, and feel free to do your layout in line, 3D, in shape like I did. You just choose the most comfortable process for you, basically. I want to figure out the texture of the side work. Is it a color dynamic brush that's in perspective? Yes. I use this brush in perspective. So this is like a square with the spacing. And then like, sorry. Is it the good one? Yes, it is, just because my color is not the best one. Yeah, we can see the difference. But yeah, and then like you put it in perspective but yeah, that was the thing. But yeah. Was it one of your brushes? No, it's from Gabrielle. So this is the reason why I'm not sending you the brush. I got them at work and I don't feel comfortable sharing like other artists brushes when they sell it online or anything. But yeah, you can make it easily. Like you do a square and then you put some spacing in it and you have it. Like this one has a bit more texture, like it was handmade, like with another brush with the texture on it. But you can easily do it for sure. So yeah, I don't know if you have like any more question about the homework or about anything. Feel free. Good? Good? Okay. What's the bunny name? Bob and Bulma. But you know it already. Okay. So yeah, then see you in 1 week. And yeah, I can't wait to show you the final render. I think I will not have like a lot of feedback for next week. I mean, I will have some, I will check your design and everything. But you will have, I think, a big recording for the render. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much, Leah.
Of course. Bye.
Have a great week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.